Good morning, Warrant Officer Pages.
Good morning, my lady.
I just need to remind you that you're still under your former oath.
Yes, my lady.
Ms. Chen.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Chen.
Warrant Officer, yesterday you were explaining to us the full length of the train and locomotive. That is where we stopped yesterday. But before you go further, are you able to explain to us the difference between the train and the locomotive?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you.
Ngizokwazi ke mangikhumbula kahle izolo sigcine sikhuluma ke ngelocomotive nestimela. Ngicela ke manje mawuzokwazi ukuthi ke usichazele umehluko phakathi kwestimela nelocomotive.
A locomotive is the engine that pulls the train.
Ilocomotive ile engine le edonsa istimela.
So to explain it further would be like a truck and a trailer or a car and a caravan.
Yabona ke
Yes, my lady. Thank you. Excuse me. So, my lady, I then had to determine where a point of impact would have occurred.
Kwasekumele ukuthi ke manje ke ngizama ukuthola ukuthi ke ukushayisana kwala istimela naye mufi kwakukuphi nendawo kwenzekala kuphi nendawo.
And in order to determine the approximate point of impact, I had to take the following into account.
Ukuze ke ngibheke phela ukuthi lokwenza lokho nendawo kufanele ngilandele lokhu okulandelayo noma ngibheke lamaphuzu alandelayo.
It was the combined length of the locomotive and the train,
Ukuhlanganisa ke ubude be locomotive le engine naso ke istimela.
the type of the braking system used on the train at the time,
Nasikhathi for inhlobo lapho wasetshenziswa ngaso sikhathi kusona istimela.
the speed the train was traveling at,
Kanti futhi ke nisivinini istimela sasihamba ngaso.
the weight of the train,
Kanti futhi isisindo sestimela
the length of the bridge,
nobude ke baloke ibridge
and the stopping distance.
nala futhi kwamiwa khona.
We've already mentioned the length of the train is 264.93 meters.
Sengeke ngisho lokuthi ke mangesikala ke istimela sihlanganisiwe kwaba 264.93 meters.
According to my source, Mr. Labaskachny, the braking system would have been a vacuum brakes.
Ngaloku engakuzwa ngaye ke unozane ke uLabaskachny yena ke wayintshela ekhuma ke ngawo ke ama brakes ayo ke istimela lesi lesi sebenza ngaso ke istim nama vacuum akhona.
In the statement of Mr. Latergan, he mentions the speed as approximately or about 25 miles per hour.
Kanti ke Ngoba Mr. Latachan, ukhuluma ngespeed sa 25 miles per hour.
And then if I do a conversion to kilometers an hour, the calculation is 40.23 kilometers an hour.
Uma sengibanga ngama kilometer kuba 40.23 kilometers nge-hour.
I then also cross-referenced that I was looking for another one where I could get an indication of speed, and in the Inquest document, a distance of 160 feet is mentioned as the distance from the train where Mr. Luthuli was when he was spotted by Mr. Latachan.
Kanti futhi ke nakhona ngasingabheka futhi la kulento efanayo khona ngifuna ukubona la ukuthi kokona ke kuthekani kuhamba kanjani. Ngathola la ngusho ke Mr. Latachan kwaba ama feet aw 160 nala ke ungifathola la khona.
In the Inquest docket, a time of 4 seconds is given as the time between when Mr. Latachan saw Mr. Luthuli
Sinikezwa ke ama second ke lapho ke aw 4 aba khona ke lesikhathi Latachan enginikeza lokhu nala ke nozwa Luthuli khona.
and when Mr. Luthuli was struck by the train.
Nasikhathi nozwa Luthuli ke shawa ke istimela.
Thus, the speed can be calculated as 40 feet per second.
40
Feet per second.
Masisqhathanisa sihlanganisa ke ispeed u40 feet a second.
A foot per second is a unit of speed,
Kanti ke masisikala ke ngayo amafutha khona u40 ngespeed ngesecond.
and something traveling at 1 foot per second is traveling exactly 1.09728 kilometers per second.
Kodwa ke masiphala ke la mafutha uhamba kwa ngesekendi mase sikuqhathanisile noma ke sikubalile kuba 1.09728 kilometers ngesecond.
Converting 40 feet per second to kilometers an hour is calculated as 43.89 kilometers an hour.
Kodwa mase sekubalwa ke lokho sekuguqulwa lo 40 feet ngesecond kuma kilometers siyabala lapha ukuthola ukuthi kubu 43.89 kilometers nge-hour.
And that to me falls within the range of about 25 miles per hour statement.
Lokho ke kuyahambisana nalesement esibhale ukuthi ke sasu 25 miles per hour ispeed.
Therefore, I rounded off a speed of 40 kilometers an hour for calculation purposes.
Ngase ngisondeza lapho ngase ngibeke 40 kilometers per hour.
And then the weight of the train is given as 767 ton as a reference throughout statements.
Masothi sindoke saso ke istimela 267 tons.
How much?
767, my lady. In order to determine then where an accident may have taken place,
Ukuze ke kubona bakutholakala ukuthi ingozi yenzeke kuphi nendawo.
I decided that I would draw a sketch plan to scale.
Ngabona ukuthi ke ake ngidwebe ngenza umdwebo.
The scale I used was a scale of 1:3,200,
Isikanga sansapha ku1 goes to 3,200.
and I used the measurements originally taken by Sergeant C.B.P. Lewis.
Ngathi ke ukukala lapho kokwenziwe uSergeant uCBP Lewis.
I then converted those measurements, which he gave in feet and inches,
Ngase ngaguqula ke leso sibalo sakhe neze sona ngoba kona wayekaleke ngama inch nama feet.
and I converted them to meters and centimeters.
Ngase ngaguqula ke mina semla ke ngama meter nama centimeter.
So a foot is a unit of measurement comprising 12 inches, and each inch is equal to 2.54 centimeters in a conversion.
2.54.
2.54.
Kanti ke mase ngiguqula la mentshi ke soke khona ke inch ne inch li ba u 2.54. Page of
In front of me on, I think it's page 475, my lady, this one.
Is that a statement that you're referring
And
to?
this is the statement of Sergeant Lewis, CBP Lewis, my lady.
Okay, mine is not marked. Can you help me find mine?
475 of volume B, my lady. I believe
Yes,
that's
I've got
what he's referring to. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Of course, just bear with us, my lady. Trying to find the page.
Doesn't look like it's in the package.
That's the same exhibit as yours. Eh? Thank
Okay,
you,
my lady, this page is taken from the rough sketch showing the Sina-Damoti River Bridge at the mileage 46.5 miles, where Bantu male Albert John Luthuli was fatally injured by train number 332 on the 21st of the 7th, 1967.
Umdebo ke ngiseke lapha ke kule section ka sidweje lapha ke bridge ngimanje khona ethi 46 and a half miles la ke owehlisa ke umdebo la eMzansi owalimala khulu ongu Albert John Luthuli walimala kabe kakhulu ngengozi yaso isitimela inumber isitimela esi 332 kumhla ka 21 nyanga ye 7 1967.
And just for clarity purposes, this is the key to plan that was drawn up by Detective Sergeant CBP Lewis and submitted at the initial inquest of 1967.
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjali plus khuluma ngayo le enziwa ke uSergeant uLewis.
I never had a copy of the original sketch plan. I only have the key to the sketch plan, my lady.
Angizange futhi ke ngize nginikezwe ke icopy ewungqo yale sketch plan kodwa ke ukhiye bakhona futhi la chazwa khona ukuthi ke kuyini isithombe nesithombe siyini noma indawo iyini ikona ke enginako ke lokho.
In order to get the measurements, I then drew a scale line, a linear line,
Kuze ngithole ke kwazi ukuthi ke ngikala kase ke ngidweba ke uline osuka ngapha sami sokudla sosinxele siyelapha ngapha esandleni ke sokudla.
and that was in scale of 1:3,200.
Lo skala sisi 1:3,200.
And the stopping distance that was previously given and calculated by Mr. Laverskachny was 767 meters.
Masake umnozane olabaskachni wasinikeza ke la makhona u767 meters.
So therefore, with a scale of 1:3,200, my line was 24 centimeters in length.
Masibheke nescale sakhona 1:3,200. Uline wami wawu 24 meters.
24 centimeters.
24 centimeters.
That's correct. On my scale.
Kulesi scale sami.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
you do have a pictorial representation of this scale that you drew up. My lady, if I may just flight the document which was drawn up by this witness so that it's easy for him to be able to explain so we can all see what it is that he is referring to. Can we flight page 373 of volume A?
Page 400.
That will be 373, my lady, of volume A. Could you please now? Sir, if you would have a look at the screen. Is this the linear diagram that you are referring to?
Oh, that is correct, my lady, yes.
Okay. That is drawn by you
That is correct, ma'am. To scale, my lady,
to scale.
yes. I'll read further on here. Sergeant Lewis measures the relationship between points from the site of the accident as pointed out to him by Mr. Luthuli, up until the rear of the train. The point where the front of the locomotive came to a halt is not pointed out to him, nor is this distance from the site of the accident measured. As mentioned previously, measurements are provided in feet and inches and converted. The measurements that are used to construct the sketch plan include the distance between the end of the bridge on the southern side, marked B, as per Detective Sergeant Lewis' point description, and the place on the bridge pointed out as to where the victim was found, marked X, as per Detective Sergeant Lewis' point description. The point description is on page 475, my lady. Now that distance is stated as 47 feet, and in a conversion, it's 14.32 meters. He then has the measurement between the distance between the end of the bridge on the southern side marked B, as per the point description, and a 46.5 mile marker, where it is pointed out to Detective Sergeant Lewis as the place where the rear of the train came to rest after stopping, and that is marked E.
Kanti futhi la dekhana siyakhombisa la ngiqale ukuthi ke ngiqinisa ukuthi lo lana esubona lapha yebo iwona ke le owadwetshwa ke imina lo kade singuchazile. Nako futhi uLewis selapha ke naye ke nozana oLategan osiyamkhombisa kuLategan amaphuzu lawa ke afanele ngafuna ukuthi ke awakale kukhona ke la ngase bridgeini engxenyeni lapha ke eside lethu ngaseningizimi bawumake lapho ke uB ngokusho kwakhe ke uSergeant uLewis ekhomba ke lento achazelwe yona ke wase bypass lapha ke bridgeini nakhona futhi la kathola khona la kuma khona ke ngoX la kathola khona ke isidumo sakhe ke ongumufi ngokusho kwakhe ke uSergeant uLewis ekhondisiwe ke futhi nakhona kwaqala futhi ibanga lapho ko 14.32 kodwa ke ama feet akhona bakala ngawo kwaku 47 kwaguqulwa ke lokho kwenziwa ke ukuthi ke kube amameter mase eqhathanisa futhi lapho lo noma ke esebheka lapha esehlaziya ama inch ke awu 12 khona lapho akuma uma seshintshwa ke lama inch sama centimeter maswabala ke abu 2.54 centimeters. Kanti futhi ke nebanga khona lapho ke lakalwa ngapha esandleni ke so ngase ningizimi lapho kwamaka ke kwa point number B. Mathuthi ke khona la uSergeant uLewis echaza ke futhi khona ke lo 46.5 mile marker la benze khona ke la khonje khona yena ke ongulathegana kodwa ke okalayo yena ke unozana uLewis uthi le ndawo ke futhi ke ilapho ngemuva kwaso ke istimela la sefika khona sekuthi ke siyama kwase kwamaka lapho kwa E.
That distance is stated as 111 feet, which is equal to 33.8 meters.
Lapho ke masekalwa ke ngendlela bakala ngayo ama feet ku 111 kodwa sekuqulwa kuma meter kubo 33.8 meters.
The length of the bridge is stated by Detective Sergeant Lewis as 963 feet long.
Kanike Detective Sergeant Lewis maseke sitshela ke ngabo ko ubude balo ke leli bridge lo 963 feet ubude.
Okay. That's 963 feet in a conversion is equal to 293.52 meters.
Kodwa maseguqulwa ke lama lokukala kwabo ngama feet sekuyiswa ke kuma meter kuba u 293.52 meters.
Then on that sketch plan marked N as the northern end of the bridge on that scale plan of mine.
Kanti futhi ke lapha ya kule scale sami ngapha ngase side nike lase Nyakatho it's marked scale B.
No, I'm still coming to that one. Okay. On page 477 of Detective Sergeant Lewis's statement, N on the plan indicates the northern end of the bridge, and N on my plan is the northern end of the bridge, my lady.
Kuyafana futhi ke lo statement sakhe ke manzane Lewis nomdwebo wami ngidwebela phaya ngase side nase Nyakatho.
In Detective Sergeant Lewis's key to the sketch plan and measurements, the distance from point X to point E is not measured.
Ngokwakhe ke ukhiye wakhe ke uSergeant uLewis la kwalekho ukuthi isithombe siunumber bani senzani nothi kwenzakalani lapho ekuqaleni kwakhe ibanga liso lapho ku point X kuya lapha ku E akuzange kuze kuqalwe.
Okay, I'd just like to clarify, point X is the spot on the flat of the bridge near the southern end and on the western side of the railway line, which was pointed out to Detective Sergeant Lewis as the place where the deceased was found lying after he was apparently struck by the train.
Kanti futhi amasipala phayana ke ku X la kucaba khona ke kwaloke ibridge ila khona sokhona ke uDetective Sergeant Lewis ekhoniswa ke la ele khona ke ongomufi emva bese shawe ke isitimela.
And point E on the plan indicates the 46.5 mile indicator board.
Masikuthi lapha ku E sibona ke lapha khona u 46.5 miles lapha ku board.
So in order to obtain that measurement between, I used the measurements between point X and point B and point B and point E.
Ukuze ngithola ke isikalo sabo la point ngisense point lapha ku X no E ngaphinde futhi ke X no B ngaphinde futhi ngabheka ama point masenkala ku B no E.
Okay. So now the description of point B on the plan indicates the southern end of the Umoti River Railway Bridge.
Carry on.
Okay. So adding the two together, I get a distance of 48.12 meters. And that is the point where the victim was found lying on the track. Sorry, my lady, that is behind the last coach of the train. From behind the last coach of the train until where the deceased was found was 48.12 meters, my lady.
48.12
meters.
Masake sengikala ke malapho kwesehlanisa konke kwaba u 48.12 meters. Ilapho ke lathiwa khona ke umsamo ufike phansi kwake amakarisha abo ngasemuva ikashili ke yokugcina ke elingemuva.
In the statement of Mr. Lateghan on the locomotive driver of the day, he mentions that the brakes were applied as soon as the victim was struck by the train.
Kanti ke statement esifungele sakhe unomzane oSelateghan ukhoma ke ngo driver kwashona isitimela ke uthi ke ama brake ke aseke hlala phezulu kwawo lesikhathi nje kubonakala umuntu lapho.
In this case, the point marked X shall be used as the point of impact for calculation purposes, as the alleged point of impact was not documented.
Kanti ke lapha masibheka ke la kumakhona ngo X khona sosebenzisa ke lapho esesiqhathanisa sesihlanganisa la kwenza khona ke ingozi ngoba usinabe baye ingozi akuzange zokubhalwe phansi.
Thus, using the measurements obtained from the affidavit of Detective Sergeant Lewis, as well as the calculated length of the locomotive and train, which we had previously done, a stopping distance of 313.05 meters is calculated.
Kanti masenza ke lokala okwathola kena ngincwadi efungelo ka Detective Sergeant CBP Lewis kanti futhi naloko ke esekukaliwe kwahlanganiswa mangikhuluma ke ngikhuluma ngesitimela na futhi ke engine nala ke futhi ke kwami yakhona kwaba meter 3.1305 maseke kubaliwe.
Okay, and just to give the calculation is that is point X to point E plus the length of the train, which is 48.12 meters plus 264.93 meters, is equal to 313.05 meters.
Kanti maswapha ku point X no point E sesihlanganisa ke nabobude bestimela solu 48.12 meters hlanganisa ke no 264.93 meters lo sekuhlanganisa konke ku 313.05 meters.
Now that was all done by calculations, and I confirmed that by measuring on my scale plan.
Konke lokho sikwazi ke sikwenza nje sekubala ngikwenza futhi kule plan yami scale plan yami.
Thus, using the reconstructed scale plan, the measurement from the front of the train marked by me as point Z on the scale plan, and point X, as described by Sergeant Lewis, is 97.5 millimeters. Thus, 97.5 millimeters times 3,200, which was my scale of the scale plan, is equal to 312,000, which when divided by 1,000 is equal to 312 meters.
Uma sengisebenzisa ke le plan ke esiphindeke yenziwa mase ngikapha kusuka ngaphambili ke kwaso ke istimela la kuma khona imina ngo Z ne scale plan yakhona la kuma khona ke ngo X point yakhona u X le ichazwa u Detective Sergeant Lewis lapho ke Michael ku 97.5 millimeters. Lo 97.5 millimeters mase ngu times no 3,200 kunikeza u 312,000 meters. Kodwa mase se divide for mase susa 1,000 kona konke lokho kuhlangana sekuba u 312 meters.
Due to variables that affect actual calculation distances, such as the exactness of measurements taken at the time, the stopping distance of the train, as described and pointed out by Mr. Latergan, is therefore between 310 and 320 meters.
Ngande futhi ke kuba khona ke nokuhlahla mase ukalwa ke wana ke amabanga naloko sokwenzena yina ke mnozana ke uLethigen nesikhathi futhi sokwenzeka ngaso konke lokho eseqhathanise ke phakathi kwa 310 kuya ku 320 meters.
I then had to find out what would the actual stopping distance of the train be.
Kwasemethu ngithola ukuthi ke kahle kahle ke ibanga lokuma kwaso ke istimela sithini.
So during the course of my investigations, I consulted experts who are train drivers, steam train drivers, my lady.
Epheleni wami ngase ke ngithola ke nothi ke ngibuze noma ngikhulumisane nenjula chopho ezisenza kakhulu nalezi zitimela ekuthiwa ama steam trains.
One of the questions I asked them, if a steam train of 767 ton is traveling at 40 kilometers an hour, how long would that train take to stop?
Ngase ngiyabuza ke isindo sano ubude baso ke estimate ukuthi singako ke sasikananga ukuthi yesime.
I first consulted Mr. Fantonda of Rovers Rail,
Ngiqala khona nozana uFantonde yaka Rovers Rail.
and he mentioned to me that an accepted formula will be if a train was traveling at 60 kilometers an hour, it would require 1,500 meters to stop.
Manje ukuthi ke kule formula esisetshenziswa ngayo ke stimula esihamba ngesivinini esi60 km nge-hour. Kumese kulindeka ukuthi leso sitimela sime ku 1,500 meters.
He then said that if it was at 40 kilometers an hour, the answer would be approximately a minimum of 1,050 meters.
Kwasathiwa ke uma ke ihamba ngo40 kilometers nge-hour fanele ime esikhathi singanani wathi wahlambisa lapho ukuthi 1,050 meters.
I consulted a second expert,
Ngase ngakhuluma futhi ke nowesibili ke manje ke uwenjwa chopho ke naye.
and that was Mr. Labaskachny.
Yena ke nozana uLabaskachny.
And I asked him to determine the stopping distance for me of a train of 767 tons traveling at 40 kilometers an hour and pulled by the same type of steam locomotive, a 15CA.
Ngase ngibuza ke naye ukuthi ke istimela ke esi767 ton yaba ngama-kilometer ke awu-40 nge-hour kuyikhotshe efanayo futhi 15CA.
Explained to me the formula for stopping a train is calculated by multiplying the weight of the train by the speed of the train in kilometers an hour. The resulting figure is then divided by a force of 40 kilonewtons.
40 kilonewtons. Wachaza ukuthi-ke lo siqala phela ngesisindo saso-ke isitimela kanti-ke nesivinini esuke kuhanjwa ngaso mase kususwa lapho-ke u-40 kilonewtons.
He therefore gave the calculation for me as 767 tons times 40 kilometers an hour divided by 40 kilonewtons is equal to 767 meters.
Wasuka ngibalela wathi-ke u-767 tons times 40 kilometers nge-hour sisusa u-40 kilonewtons. Lokho-ke sekukonke sekuhlanganisiwe kwahlukaniswa noma-ke kwasuswa okunye isibalo sakhona impendulo yakhona igcine siwu-767 meters.
Then if there was an impact, I had to calculate where an impact would have taken place.
Uma sekuba khona ke ukushayisana fanele nginkale futhi ukuthi lo kushayisana kwenzeka le kuphi nendawo na.
So then taking the stopping distance of 767 meters, the approximate point for an impact of an accident scenario could be calculated.
Ngasathatha ke le sibalo sokugcina so 767 meters ngingakwazi ukuthi ke kubalwe ke lapho la kwanza khona ke isigameko la kwashayisa khona ke esigamekweni.
With reference to the reconstructed scale sketch plan created using measurements provided by Detective Sergeant Lewis, the rear of the train stopped alongside the 46.5 mile marker. 46.5 mile.
Mase sibala ke ngokushona ke Lewis ingemuva ke la so ke isitimela lama la kuma khona u46 no half.
The mile marker is 33.8 meters from the southern end of the bridge.
Kanti ke mase barefoot khona ke ebridge ningizim imarke khona u33.8 meters masuka khona lapho ngegcineni kwaloke ibridge.
And then measured on the scale plan, the distance between point B and point Z is 93 millimeters.
Mase siphinde futhi ke sibala lapha masuka ku point B siya ku point Z 93 millimeters.
Thus 93 times 3,200 is 297,600 divided by 1,000 gives me 297.6 meters.
Kanti ke mase sihlanganisa ke futhi sibuye sisuse lapha ke 93 times 3,200 usidingeza u297.600 millimeters sesisusa 1,000 ngilapho sisala no 297.6 meters.
Therefore, the front of the locomotive would have come to a stop 297.6 meters from the southern side of the bridge.
Kanti masibe futhi ke ukuma kwayo ke engine before they come to stop. Isima ke manje ku 297.6 meters masibe futhi ngapha engxenye yase Ningizimu.
Detective Sergeant Lewis measures the length of the bridge is 963 feet.
Detective Sergeant Lewis welakala ke ibridge uthi waselikalile live 963 feet.
And in a conversion, the length of the bridge is 293.5 meters.
Kanti ke mase seguqula ke lokho le bridge lu 293.5 meters.
Thus, the total length from the northern end of the bridge to the front of the stationary locomotive is calculated as 640.82 meters.
Where is that? Okay. Kanti futhi ke mase silibala ke khona ke leli bridge bodebalo sifike sifene ekutheni ke mase likaliwe li 640.82 meters.
Okay. Given a stopping distance of the train is 767 meters, the point of impact for a train traveling at 40 kilometers an hour would have had to have been approximately 120 and 140 meters north from the entrance to the northern end of the bridge.
Kanti ke mase sibheka ke la stopping distance ibanga la kuma khona ke isitimela ku 768 meters nala futhi kwenza khona ke ingozi isitimela esihamba ngesivinisa 40 kilometers per hour in between kusho ke kuphathi nendawo lapho past 120 meters no 140 meters masibheka ngapha ke ngasenyakatho engeneleni kwalo ke ibridge noma sasigcineni kwalo ibridge.
If I take the stopping distance as 767 meters and plotting point T on the reconstructed scale plan,
Mase sibheka lapha ya kule plan ke esiphinde yenziwa lapha ku 767 meters lapha ya ku T kule plan ke esiphinde ke yenziwa yadwetshwa.
And point T is the approximate place where the brakes would have had to have been applied, my lady.
Ku point T ila ngafake ke ama brakes ke anyaselwa khona.
And that is measured to point Z.
Makalwa ke lapha ukala kuya ku point Z.
Point Z is the approximate place where the front of the locomotive would have come to a stop.
Okhomba ukuthi ke ingaphambili layo ke engine la ngafabe yama khona.
The place where the brakes were applied can be approximately determined.
Sesingaqhamuka lapho ke la ma brakes emoto ke la ayo ke I steamer lesi la makhona.
The distance between point T, which is the approximate place where the brakes would have had to have been applied, and point N on the reconstructed scale plan indicates the northern end of the bridge. As measured on the scale plan is 54.5 millimeters.
Kanti futhi ke phasi la ka point T la kuhlanganiswa khona ukuthi ke former brakes ke apply khona lapho point T ke no N masile kulesi sketch sethu esesidwetshiwe futhi ngapha ke ngamase sibheka sesayidini lenyakatho la ku bridge isikali sakhona lapho was 54.5 millimeters.
On a scale of 1 is to 3,200, 54.5 millimeters indicates a distance of 174.4 meters.
Kanti futhi masibheka ke scale sethu esikhathini sa 1 is to 3,200 54.5 millimeters lo ke kuveza ke ibanga la 174.4 meters.
And that is 54.5 millimeters times 3,200 is equal to 174,400. Divided by 1,000 is equal to 174.4 meters.
Mase sibala 54.5 millimeters times 3,200 kusinikeza ke 174,400 millimeters esisusa ke manje 1,000 lapho sisala 174.4 meters.
Therefore, as determined using the reconstructed scale plan, the application of the brakes of the train by Mr. Lateghan would therefore have to have taken place between 170 meters and 180 meters north from the entrance, the northern entrance of the bridge, for the locomotive to have come to stop 297.6 meters from the southern end of the bridge. That is 174.4 meters plus 293.5 meters plus 297.6 equals 765.5. Those measurements taken from the scale plan, my lady.
Kanti futhi ke masibheka ke lokude joka bosha ke wayeke iplan le naloko apply ama brakes kona ke estimeleni go show Mr. Latigan place fangabe lokubeka ku 170 meters phakathi kwa 170 meters no 180 meters ngapha ke ngase enyakatho uma ke kungela khona ngakhona futhi le side le khona ke enyakatho ebridgeini le locomotive noma le engine fabeke yama ku 297.6 meters uma sibheka ke lapho ke khona ebridgeini mase kuhlanganisa konke lokho sikubala 174.4 meters plus 293.5 meters plus 297.6 meters konke lokho kusinikeza ke u 765.5 meters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, sir, based on this methodology that you have explained to us in length, what were your findings?
Well, first of all, I then had the accident scenario conclusions. I went through a summary of facts stating that witnesses located Mr. Luthuli's body or when he was still alive on the southern end of the bridge, and Sergeant Berger and Sergeant Lewis were directed to the southern end of the bridge by Mr. Pretorius and Mr. Lateghan. The statements of Mr. Lateghan, Mr. Greil and Mr. van Wyk all concur as to the approximation of the position of the rear of the train with relation to the end of the bridge. The point was marked out as directly in line with the 46.5 mile marker. That's the first two paragraphs.
Itamende sakhe ke naku ke esengifini ke isiphetho sakho. Itamende sami uzolethen nonozana Khweling no Mr Van Wyk, no Mr Pretorius, no Mr Mbatha, no Mr Papaya. Bonke ke bawufakazi kona yonke ke lento la epreaching la kade ke elele khona ke unozana ke uThuli isizathu. Sergeant Uberg, no Detective Sergeant Lewis were directed to. Basebe konjwa ke lapha ke khona ke epreaching be konjwa ke yona umnozana uPretorius be umnozana ke uLataghan ngokuhloniphekileyo. Isamende zabo umnozana uLataghan no Mr Khweling kanye no Mr Van Wyk. Bonke ke istatement zabo ke izinto yodwa ngesimo noma ke ngendlela ekakuyona nangemuva sasoke istimela masiqhathanisa ke nalo ibridge ke lelikhuluma ngalo. You got a point.
Yes.
So it's Khweling, Van Wyk, Lataghan, and who else?
Malay?
My lady?
He mentions Khweling. There's Pretorius, the station master. Khweling, Van Wyk, Papaya, Lataghan, Lewis, and you mentioned some Mbatha.
Mataba.
Mr. Mataba.
Mr. Mataba.
That's correct, my lady.
So whose statement point to the same
Okay,
point?
my lady, I will go through that again. Is the statements that I've read of Mr. Lataghan, Mr. Khweling, Mr. Van Wyk, Mr. Pretorius, Mr. Mataba, and Mr. Papaya, who were all witnesses to where Mr. Luthuli was located on the bridge, place him on the southern side of the bridge. And Sergeant Berger and Detective Sergeant Lewis were directed to the southern end of the bridge by Mr. Pretorius and Mr. Lataghan, my lady.
Thank you.
Mr. Lataghan, Mr. Khweling, and Mr. Van Wyk all state that the brakes were applied when the locomotive and the train were on the bridge.
Kanti ke point was pointed out. Lelipoze ke la konjwa ke kwathiwa ke liqonde ngqo nale mark of 46.5 likalwe uyena ke Detective Sergeant Lewis njengo 33.8 meters. Unozana uLataghan, Mr Khweling umnozana uVan Wyk bonke bathi ke lama brake ifaka beke le systemela nayo ke futhi ke engine le wamake lapha masifike ibridging.
Mr. Lataghan states that the deceased, who was unknown at the time of the impact, was struck on the right shoulder.
Kanti futhi unozana Lataghan uthe umufi owayekade ke engaziwa isikhathi kwenzeka lengozi washaya lapha enqalebeni lakhe isandla sakhe sokudla.
The only injury of any significance of the upper right part of Mr. Luthuli's body was the mention of a broken 9th rib by Dr. Yabber.
Kanti ke Dr. Yabber yena ke akubalayo nje ukulimala kwakhe ke ongunozwana ke uLuthuli ila ngasenhla ke emzimbeni wakhe la ekhuluma khona ke ngombambo lakho number 9 elalimala ke lapha emlafahla ke lapha.
There are no detailed description given by doctors as to severity and nature of skull fractures sustained by Mr. Luthuli. No detailed internal examination of the deceased seems to have been undertaken at the autopsy.
Kanti futhi ke bagxila kakhulu odokotela ke lapha ngokuthi ke banabe ulimala kakhulukazi la ekhanda ke la kuhlafa khona ke uphopho noma ke ugebhezi lwakhe nozwana uThuli. Akho futhi la noma khona ke ngokuhlolwa kwakhe ke umufi esikhathi ke kwenziwa ke ukuhlinzwa kwesidumbu.
The speed of the train is stated by Mr. Lataghan as approximately 25 miles per hour, and the inquest reference to 160 feet in 4 seconds confirms the average speed, rounding up to 40 kilometers an hour for reconstruction purposes.
Kanti ke speed sekuhamba kwesitime ngoshoka ke kwakhe nozwana ke uLataghan siya ku 25 miles per hour. Kanti futhi ke kwakhiwa kabosha ukuthi kwenzakalani lokho ke reference khona 160 feet ngo 4 seconds kuqinisa lokuhlambeselela kwale speed okhonye ngaso uma sesigoqa sesifinqa siyu 40 kilometers per hour lesikhathi ke sesenza phela kabusha ke ukuthola ukwenzakalana.
And then the stopping distance as supplied by 2 experienced locomotive drivers, that's Mr. Van Tonde at Rovers Rail and Mr. Labuskaghni. The stopping distance is calculated at a minimum of 767 meters, with all brakes contacted and fully applied.
Kanti futhi ke stopping distance ibanga lokuma njengoba sengikhulume nalabo ngcobuchopho ke ababili umnumzane ke uVan Tonder benaye ke umnumzane Rovers Rail no Labuskaghni wase Wonder Steam Trains ukubala ke kwabo ke bathi ke lapho ke ku 767 meters wonke ke ama brake asuke esenziwe noma semengo kuphelele.
Those points that we have done now was just the summary of the facts of everything previous, my lady.
Kanti wonke lapho sesikhulume ngawo beke ukufinqa nje kona konke ke osekwenzakalile.
I then come to my findings.
Ake sengifike siphethweni ukuthi nangathola.
The possibility of an accident scenario occurring as described by Mr. Lateghan is highly unlikely.
Ngenza futhi ke ngokuchaza kwakhe unozane ke uLateghan ngaso ngayo indawo ke yesigameko ngendlela achaze ngayo hayi angathi ke ngeke kube yiyo.
Taking into account the stopping distance required to stop the locomotive where it came to rest at the scene, that is a minimum of 767 meters. The brakes to the train would have to have been applied at least 170 meters before the entrance to the northern side of the bridge.
Kanti futhi ke mase sibheka ke ibanga lesokhulunywe ngayo ukuze imeke engine le mase ke kuthike sekufikeka la ifike iphumele khona ke esigamekweni ungaphasi kwaloko kufanele kube u767 meters ama brakes estimela ke fanga base applywe lapho ku 170 meters ungafiki engeneleni ngapha sinyakwathi kwebridge lapho ke la uzokhona isigameko.
However, for the train to have stopped where it did, the speed of the train would have to have been below 20 kilometers an hour.
Kodwa ke la kufanele ukuthi ke istimela ke esime khona noma la sama khona ispeed sasoke istimela kwame ukuthi ke sibe ngaphansi kwa 20 kilometers nge-hour.
The probability of the point of impact being on the southern side of the bridge is highly unlikely.
Kanti futhi ke nala futhi ke kwenza khona ke esigame noma ke iningozi ngapha ke southern side ke ka bridge nakhona futhi ke angeke kube kunto ekhulakalayo.
My lady, I'm going to request that we kindly stop here. If we may please adjourn for the tea break.
Let me take the last note.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue with the last note, my lady.
No,
The nature.
Just
No,
just a moment.
don't continue.
I thought, sorry.
I'm just finalizing your last point
Okay, ma'am.
on the possibility of the accident happening on the
Right.
southern side.
Which was number 2, maybe.
Yeah, number 3 now.
Oh, I had to go to number 3.
Ms. Warrant Officer Pages will resume at 11:30. We'll take a short break.
My lady.
We'll continue with your evidence at 11:30.
That's my lady. Thank you.
So we're
Thank
going
you.
off past 11.
Court adjourns. Oath.
Yes, my lady.
Ms. Chenna?
Thank you, sir. Yesterday, if you recall, you had explained to us the difference between a reconstruction and a simulation.
Yes, my lady.
And we can confirm that in this matter, you were responsible for the reconstruction. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
And Warrant Officer Sunette Nell was responsible for the simulation thereof.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. And as you had explained yesterday, the simulation is more of giving a picture of giving a picture or a play of the script.
That is correct, my lady. Yes.
Right.
Zokhumlathu zonke ngeke ngachaza ke I reconstruction ukuthi kuphinda kwenzeke ini masidwebe into noma sikhande into ne simulation leke esitheke ukwenzelela. Kahle kahle ke loku reconstruct and woqala phansi imina ke loyo. Kanti futhi ke lo warrant officer uSunet yena ke wenza lo sisike I simulation lo esitheke ukwenzelela.
The calculations which you have testified to, those calculations have been summarized in a pictorial form or in a visual form by Warrant Officer Sunette Nell. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes,
Yebo
my
kunjalo
lady.
futhi ke nezibalo zami ke engikhulume ngazo nesengifaze ngazo hlanga sona ke warrant officer uSunet esosibokho namanje lapha ya kwi video.
And the visual representation of your calculations by Warrant Officer Sunette Nell, you have had sight to those calculations. You've seen them.
Yes, my lady.
Kanti futhi ke na lokuhlanga sona ke warrant officer uSunet now ngeke ngakubona noma ke ngakujonga ke konke lokho akwenzile.
And you are able to confirm that it is a summary of the calculations that you have explained to us through your evidence.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi konke lesekubonekele ukufinqa kwazo konke lokho ukubala ukuhlukanisa nokuhlanganisa engikwenzile okusokwenziwa yena ke warrant officer uSunet now esokubokho lapha kwi video.
Thank you, my lady. If I may refer the court to Volume A. Oh, before I refer the court to Volume A, I'm sorry. Apologies for that, my lady. May we flight the calculations, please? Bigger.
It's a bit far for me.
Is that better, my lady?
Yeah, that's better.
Right. So can you confirm that this is a summary of the train information and calculations which you have spoken about this morning and which have been visualized or summarized in vision form by Warrant Officer Sunette Nell?
At the moment, I've seen the locomotive info and the number, but there's a slight focus there for me. It's not in focus for me.
Are you able to see them?
I don't know if perhaps they can work on the focus because I'm seeing it slightly double.
Sorry, Ms. Chenna, do you have any hard copy?
My lady, I wanted to be able to present a hard copy to the court. However, we have a bit of a delay.
Okay.
Is it possible for me to give my lady the hard copy just
Later.
after lunch?
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Are you able to see that, sir?
I'm able to see some of it, yes.
Do you want it tilted towards your side?
You can turn it towards me or if I go
Yes.
down and have a look because I'm seeing slightly double. Ah, that's better.
Okay, that's the one page of calculations. And that's another page.
Can you just stop there? Okay, yes, I agree with those numbers on the right-hand side.
Okay. And if we can fly to the third page. Make it bigger. I believe that's the slide. You agree you've had sight to this page as well?
Yes, I have them ready.
Lama ifite sibona phela namakasalo ke bonakala lapha kunjalo futhi ngike ngawabona.
Okay. If we may go to the first page. That'll be. Right at the top. So for purposes of the record, sir, so that it can be clear as to what it is that we are seeing, are you able to confirm the contents of that page?
Yes, my lady.
Please proceed. Please proceed to confirm what is written for purposes of the record.
The locomotive info is a class 15 CA with the number 2045.
Mina ngane khona phaya engiyibonayo iclass le engine o class 15 CA number quantity 2045.
The existence of the train, 15 CA number 2045 is scrapped, no longer operational or extant. The parts are sold off or destroyed and recycled.
Kanti futhi ke sona lesi sistemela ke asisekho ke nobe ke sesa recyclation noma kwadayiswa besistemela esidala.
The train left at 10:29 at the Mati River Bridge at 10:39. Okay, yes, confirm.
Istimela
Can you read out for purposes of the record? Just read it out because it has to be recorded.
Read out.
Yes, please.
Okay. Train destination info on the 1967-0721. Left at 10:29 at Mvoti River Bridge 10:39. Total time 10 minutes.
istimela ke so phaya ku 21 1967 0721 isikhathi esuka u10 hours 29 sive ebridge eMvoti ngo 10 hours 39 isikhathi esihambile sesitimela ke ama minutes awu 10.
Enter from the northern side of the bridge, speed 25 miles per hour.
Kanti ke sihamba u25 man ngicela lesenqa singapha ke esadini ke le bridge ngasenyakatho ispeed sakhona u25 mph miles per hour 25 miles per hour. Thank you.
Consisted of 60 axles. Each car contains 4 axles.
Kunalama axles akhunya ngawo awu 60 imoto nemoto inama axle awu 4
Weight 767 ton.
masisikala isisindo sawo u767 tons.
Total of cars 15 cars.
Imoto zo 15
As per statement, 14 freight cars and 1 guard car.
Ngokwestatimende zo 14 imoto zithweleke impahla masuthi ba imoto eyodwa kakade.
The total is 15 cars.
Sezizonke imoto sizibala zo 15.
Stopping time distance at 60 kilometers an hour would take 1,500 meters to stop.
Masothi ke ibanga lokuma u60 km per hour masathatha ke 1500 meters kuselikume noma sime.
Class 15 CA train number 332 consists of the freight with syrup and sugar.
Masothi ke ngale bahle futhi kancane. Class 15 CA number yestimela o 332 kona ke impahla ephethwe lapho isyrup noshukela. Thank you.
A train made up with a combination of tanks. and wagons.
Lesitimela ke sinamathange nama-wagons akhona. Futhi ama-garage la.
And the wagon's called FZLS.
Leyo kona ibizwa ngo-FZLS.
And it says FZLS and calculation. The syrups would be in the tankers.
Masibheka phaya ukubalwa kwe-FZLS isirap le faneke ibe semathangeni.
And the sugar would be in wagons.
Mase kuthi ke ushukela lo ubeke kulamagarishi.
Length of the tanker with coupling to coupling, 15.8 meters in length.
Mase kuthi ke bote bayeke ithangi leli u-15.8 meters.
Length of the wagon with coupling to coupling, 17 meters in length.
Garishi ke leso igarishi nato igarishi lesibili noma kwelinye u-17 meters ubude.
The guard car is shorter than the F wagons. It's 13 meters.
Mase kuthi ke imoto leya kade nake imfeshane kunaba FSLJ u-13 meters, 30 meters, 13.
Yes. The calculations is 13 by 15.8 meter tankers.
Mase ke ku-calculate mase kubala pha u-13 by 15.8 meter tankers noma ke mathange.
1 times 17 meter wagon.
Mase kuthi ke garage 1 times 17 meters.
And 1 times 13 meter guard car.
Imoto ke kakade i-1 times 13 meters.
This, if I remember on my statement, is the shortest.
Uma ngikhohle ke esameni sami ke ikonofishane kakhulu.
And that is 235.4.
Isibawo sakhona siwu-235.4 meters bude ke besitimela.
That would be the shortest length of the locomotive.
Yes, that's the shortest the train can measure.
The
my
train
lady.
can measure, okay?
Okay. I did have the longest the train can measure as well in my statement. And then I went on and I said that it would be, I would, for reasons of calculations, the 14 cars will be divided by 2, giving 7 wagons and 7 tankers, which is depicted there. So it would be 2 wagons, that's 7 tankers and 7 wagons. I see them on the side, yes.
Ngiyabona pha ke amathangi awu-7 ama-wagons awu-14.
7 wagons times 15.8.
Mase kuthi ama-garage awu-7. So that times on 15.8 meters.
Did I say wagons? 7 tankers
Tankers.
at 15.8
Okay.
and 7 wagons at 17.
7.7 by 17.
7 by 17. Yeah.
Right. Amathange awu-7 by 15.8 meters. Mase kuthi ke ama-wagon awu-7 by 7 times 17 meters.
And 1 guard car times 13 meters.
Mase kube i-guard car eyodwa times 13 meters.
The total is 242.6 meters.
Sengihlanganise konke lokhu sibawo sakhona sithi 242.6 meters.
As the locomotive engine is 22.33 meters.
Engine i-22.33 meters.
And that matches the conversion of the 73 feet 3 and 8/16 of an inch. Oh, sorry, 3/16 of an inch, which is 22.33 meters.
Mase lokhu kuyahlangana ke kube na 22.33 meters. Where are you in your statement?
Sorry, Therefore, the length of the train is 242.6 meters. You got the length of 15 CA locomotive is 16.33 okay. 22.33 meters combined with 242 plus 22.33, 264.93 meters.
Sekuhlansiwe lokho u 242.6 meters hlansa no 22.33 meters. Maseko ndawonye sekuhlanisiwe u 264.93 meters.
Okay, next page.
Make it bigger.
Point of impact between locomotive and Mr. Luthuli to calculate, take into account.
Sesilake manje ke la kwenza khona ke isigameko nanozana ke uLuthuli phakathi kwayo ke engine la Mr. Nelson nozana uLuthuli.
To calculate, take into account length of locomotive,
Kuze plus bale ke fanele kubhekwe ubude ke bayo ke I-locomotive noma ke I-engine leyo
264.93 meters.
I-264.93 ngokamamitha.
Type of braking system,
Kanti futhi ke nohlobo lama brake system ama brake
vacuum brakes.
ama vacuum brakes.
Speed of train, 25 miles per hour.
Masikuthi speed sesitimela u25 miles nge-hour.
I think I see that as 40.23 kilometers per hour.
Masibhekisa kahle lapha u40.23 kilometers nge-hour.
Weight of the train, 767 ton.
Isindo ke saso ke sitimela u767 tons.
A length of bridge, 963 feet,
Masikuthi about ke bridge u963 feet.
which is equal to, I can't see that.
293.52.
293.52 meters.
Masekuguquliwe lapha kuba u293.52 meters.
Stopping distance. Distance of train to Mr. Luthuli when spotted by the driver of the train, Mr. Latakhan, was 160 feet.
Masekuthi ke ibanga ke lesitimela nalana ozana Luthuli ke ekuthiwa khona bona u-driver waso ke isitimela uMr. Latakhan 160 feet.
A time 4 seconds.
Isikhathi amasekonda u4
Between driver and Mr. Luthuli struck by the train.
phakathi kwa-driver naye unozwane ke uLuthuli ke shawe isitimela.
Feet per second equals 1 foot per second is a unit of speed.
Masekuthi ke u1 foot per speed kuba ke i-unit
which is 1.09728 kilometers.
P/S.
Can you make it bigger? Looks like you cannot see. You able to read that?
Yeah, it says kilometers per second.
Lokho ke kuswa ku 1.09728 kilometer per second.
40 feet per second converted is 43.89 kilometers per hour.
Masekuthi u4 feet per second usuguqulwa ke kuya kilometer uba 43.89 kilometers nge-hour.
And that is equal to 25 miles per hour.
Ukuthi la ku 25 miles nge-hour.
The reminder, standard locomotive calculations at 60 kilometers an hour requires 1,500 meters to stop.
Masekuthi masikhunjuzwa lapha ya ukanje uhamba engine le ihamba ngo60 kilometers nge-hour kumele ukuthi ke ime ku 1500 meters.
40 kilometers per hour requires 767 meters to stop.
Ukuhamba ngo40 kilometers nge-hour lokho ukuthi ke edinga ukuthi ime 767 meters.
The depiction of a locomotive and train.
Lapho ke siboka ke isithombo ke sayo ke isitimela nenjini namakareshi namathange.
Can you zoom in, please? It is the angle that I'm seeing lines around it, please. There's the 22.8 meters for the locomotive in front, and then there's a line with the other carriages at 242.6 meters.
I didn't get that.
And right at the end there, the 13 meters, would that be the guard van?
The 13 meter at the end is a guard van, yes, my lady.
Le moto phase egcini ke yona ke elivele khona ngayo kuthiwa ke i-guard car. Nanga amathange lapha siyabona nawo amakareshi siyabona.
Length of the 15 CA locomotive, 73.3, equal to 240. 242.6 meters.
Masa
22.33 meters is equal to 264.93 meters.
mase futhi bote bayo le kashe 15 CA 73.3 siyabalake lapha ya o 242.6 meters plus 22.33 meters konke sekuhlanganisiwe kuba u264.93 meters.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, is this the length of the locomotive or the train, the entire train, that is the engine plus the tankers plus the wagons plus the guardhouse?
The total length of the locomotive and the train combined is 264.93 meters, my lady.
So where it says locomotive, isn't it supposed to be locomotive and the train combined?
Oh, yes, my lady. I see what you're referring to, my lady. At the heading at the top, if you just move to the top. Yeah, I see what my lady refers to as, my lady. It would be the total length of the train and locomotive.
Proceed, Ms. Shannon.
Thank you, my lady. Earlier on, sir, you had shown us your scale, your sketch plan, which you say it was drawn to scale. 1:3,200. You recall that?
Yeah, I do, my lady.
Ngiyakhumbula sengikhomse futhi ke isikhathi sami ngidobile la A1 to 300.
My lady, I'm referring the court to page 372 of volume A. And your scale looked like that, correct? That's the scale that you drew.
That is mine, my lady, yes.
Kunjalo sike ngikhuluma ngaso ke iso lesike engisidebile lo umuqa obonakala lapha ya kwi-video.
Do you recognize that scale over there? Do you
Yes, my lady, I
recognize
do.
it?
Lesi scale engisibona phaya ngesibona.
Can you confirm that this is a typed version of your drawing and it was typed by Warrant Officer Sunet Nel?
I confirm that, yes, my lady.
Konjani ngisake ke ukuthi ke la kwasekutha phela ke Warrant Officer uSunet now.
My lady, that would be on page 373 of volume A.
Okay, that.
So this provides a clearer picture of the diagram that you had drawn. It's typed out and just represents a clearer picture, correct?
Yes, it's graphically a lot better than mine, my lady. It's just a line and some
Thank you for
squiggles.
conceding.
Kahle kahle sekuloko kubala manje wenza ukukhombisa kubona kakhulu kunaloko amadekdobe ngesandla.
So the bulk of your evidence, would I be correct that you have written it down in a statement format?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ke ufazi bami bonke nje obuningi kubhale phansi la kule statement engisenzile.
The statement was typed by you.
That's correct, my lady.
Mina futhi angiyithe statement sami.
And you have signed the statement.
Yes, my lady.
Ngasign nayo futhi statement sami.
That is on the last page of the said statement.
That is correct, my lady.
Ekhasini lokugcina kwa statement engisayinile.
My lady, I'm referring to the document labeled A18, page 187 to 199 of volume A. I've got a copy for my lady if it makes it easier.
Yes,
So-
I've got it here, but
You've
you
got
can
it.
give
You're
it to
right.
me. What, do you want to give it an exhibit number?
My lady, yes, we request that it be given an exhibit number. It is, it should be, we request that it be attached to exhibit F, because exhibit F was the photo album that was compiled by this witness, my lady.
So it will be F1.
F1. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
So just to clarify certain aspects of your statement, sir, without you having to read it into record because it would be a repetition, basically, of everything that you have said.
That's correct, my lady.
If we are to go to paragraph 6 of your statement,
Yes, my lady.
you list a number of documents that you have received from Colonel Motle on the 11th day of January 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo masibala asamene sami la ku paragraph number 6 ibona lapha ya kunama phepha noma istatement esivungele enginikezwe zona noma nganikezwa zona ke uColonel uMontle ngomhla ka 2023-01-11.
And you've got copies of those statements in front of you, am I correct?
I'd just like to check that everything is here.
Okay.
Okay, they're not in order, so... Okay, I'll go with that one. That one is there. They're not in order that I wrote them. So the inquest court document with government form J56 is here. I said Gregerson is here. You're bad. It's here. It's there. What's that? There. Lewis is there. I did receive the statement of Detective Sergeant Lewis. However, the pack that's in front of me has that a page of newspaper clippings of the train of the bridge, as well as that rough sketch of the scene of accident, which I did not receive, my lady.
Okay.
Are these the statements, some of them in Exhibit B?
Correct, my lady. I was going to direct the courts there. Exhibit B, page 450 to 506.
So it's in Volume B.
Volume B, my lady.
Okay, the statement of of Daniel Lesson Greilen, I received. However, in the pack here, there seems to be a translation, which I didn't, to English, which I did not receive. I received the Afrikaans version. Alrighty.
Ngendlela mina engibhale ngakho la kwi ncwadi yamefungelo itatimende zabantu engazithola akulandelani naloko njengoba sekubhalwe la kulesifazo siphoqa phambi kwenkantolo. Kodwa ke esika MJ Burt nginaso, esika CPB Lewis nginaso sengisibonile. Base kuthi ke esika Greiling ngasithola, kodwa ke sesiphindeke satolikwa ke sona sabhalwa ke ngelimi lesilungu. Angizange ngithole kodwa lokho mina.
The same goes with the statement of God P.F. van Wyk. I received the Afrikaans copy, not the English translation.
Kanjalo futhi ke nesika God P.F. van Wyk ngathola lesike esibhalwe ngesibhunu. Hayi leso esibhalwe ngesilungu. What's that?
It's Pretorius and Mataba. I got them.
Esa Pretorius nginaso, nesika in Mataba futhi nginaso, papaya also.
Yeah, papaya also.
Nesika PF papaya nginaso.
Burger.
Nesika burger, AP burger nginaso.
And there's a E.T. chili.
What number is chili?
And Officer Baker, can you raise your voice a bit for recording purposes?
Yes, my lady. Thank you.
Kanti futhi ke nesika ET chili nginaso.
I've got the statement of Mrs. N. Luthuli,
Tamanesa Mrs. N. Luthuli nginaso.
statement of E. Mfeka,
Tamesa Imfega skona.
statement of Z. Gumede,
Esika Z Kumete nginaso.
A statement of Stephanus Albertus Langegaan.
Masike
Later
leska lategaan futhi naso naso.
I have an affidavit by Albertine Nomatsulu Luthuli.
Masuba khona ike eska inqasungile ka Albertine noMathuli Luthuli.
And a sworn statement of Mr. H.M. Manju.
Masuba kwazamende ke esifunge eska MH Manju.
So in this pack that I have here and what I wrote here and the statements that I received was correct, my lady.
Okomseke hamsana ke lo ngiphala lo statement.
My lady, the statement of A.N. Luthuli is paginated 12 to 20 of volume A. And the statement of Mr. Manju, I believe, was already marked as an exhibit. Let me just get to the exhibit number, my lady. It was exhibit R. Thank you. You also mentioned that you received a pack of 7 poor quality photographs and the subjects were hardly visible. You further received 2 photographs from the Luthuli Museum collection depicting the train bridge and a person on the bridge. One of the photographs includes a locomotive on the train bridge.
That's correct, my lady.
Konja futhi mina sami ngiqhubeka ngithi ke kunezithombe ezisikhombisa no 7 pengane azazona kodwa zazingabonakali kahle. Number 2 masake ngathola ke 2 photographs from Luthuli ithombe ezimbili esiphuma lapha ya kumgcini magugu kwa Luthuli. Lezi thombe zikhombisa train bridge, i-bridge lesitimela, umuntu olapha iprome khona i-bridge photograph include. Oyodwa futhi lezi zithombe khombisa na ke engineer yesitimela lapha ke i-bridge.
Thank you. For purposes of identification, sir, I'm going to hand these documents to you. Let me know if this is what you're referring to.
Come on, lady. That's what I'm referring to, my lady, yes.
Yeah, but let's talk about sendinikeze zona yizo zengikhuluma ngazo.
Thank you. My lady, may I hand these documents to the court? Will they be marked Exhibit T4?
Thank you very much.
The other documents, you said it was Inquest court document with government form J56. Did I hear you correctly that you...
Yes, it's here.
It's right there as part of the pack.
Yeah, it was part of the pack, yes.
That would
My
be
lady.
page 450
That's correct, my lady.
of volume A. And the sworn statement by Constable Luthuli, together with the photo album. That would be Exhibit E, my lady.
Yes.
Okay? Those are the documents that you received
Yes, my lady.
from Colonel Mutlu. Thank you. Let's move on to paragraph 7 of your statement.
My lady.
My lady, may I provide the court with this copy? It's exactly the same as what my lady has. However, I have, because the paragraphs are not coherently numbered, on the side of each paragraph I have put A, B, C, and D for ease of reference, my lady.
From paragraph 7.
Yes, my lady. If I may hand in the copy that I have where we have remarked
Thank you.
the paragraphs. And you've got your statement in front of you?
I do, my lady.
Right. So paragraph 7, the second part would be, which would be marked?
This is exhibit F1.
Yes, my lady. It has just been remarked. The specific
thank you.
paragraphs being A, B, and C of each section of the statement. So paragraph 7B of your statement, you state that you were shown another short stele bridge that is alleged by Mr. Tusi of the Luthuli Museum to have been constructed in the same way as the Mvoti River Railway Bridge, and you refer us to photos 11, 12, and 13 of your photo album.
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke lasemene sami la paragraph 7B ngesike ngalo suka sengikhonjiswa shona the bridge ke lelifishane ikhonjiswa yena ke umnumzana uThusi wena ke wasebenza phela kwi museum namamgcini magugu kakhe umnumzana ke uLuthuli.
So this allegation that was made by Mr. Tusi, were you also of the same opinion that the bridge that he showed you was indeed similar to that of the old Mvoti Railway Bridge?
Yes, my lady, I am.
Futhi kunjalo ke la ngomsa khona ngiyavumela naye ukuthi kufana nalo leli bridge lapha ke kumvula uMvoti.
I'm satisfied with that because of analyzing the photograph that I had been given with a gentleman standing on the bridge, the Mvoti River Bridge, taken during that time, my lady, and then having a look at the photograph that I took of this bridge.
Akusa futhi kakhulu ngaloko sengibona nesithombe ke la kwami kokhona umlisa ke omileke lapho nami ke futhi ke sengizibonela sengihlaziya le bridge ngagculiseka ngaloko angitshela kona unozwane ke uThusi.
So I'm just going to flight up the picture that we received, your photo 13. That's that one that you took on the 6th of February 2023.
That's correct.
Naso sikhuluma ngasasithobela ngomhla ka6 ku February 2023.
The picture at the bottom. Next picture. And the picture at the bottom, is that the picture that you received from the Luthuli Museum?
One of the pictures, yes, my lady.
Lesi sithombe sibona lana ke la kume khona ke umlisa eBridge la ku Jantshi.
So from
ila isithombe sasithatha khona ke lapha imuseum yakaLuthuli.
So from comparing the two pictures, you also reached the same conclusion as Mr. Tusi, that the two bridges are similar.
Yes, are similar in construction. The major difference is the length, my lady.
Engavumela futhi ngiyagculiseka ukuthi ke lama bridge yafana kuphela nje ubude ke kwabo. lesikhathi ke sisiqala phansi imdwebo.
And both of them also have the walkway on the western side.
Futhi omabili ke zombili izithombe zikhombisa la kuhamba khona ke ngezinyawo eceleni.
They both have that overhang.
Masuka khona ke okukhona futhi lapha oku overlappile kuyona ibridge kuyindawo le.
And also the supports and the gaps between the supports.
Nakhona futhi ke namagepha khona phakathi nendawo la kuhlona sokhona la kufa khona ke amaplangwe masoba khona ke ujantshi.
And the sleepers under the railway track.
Nakhona futhi amaplangwe la khona ngaphansi kwawo ke ulana stimela.
I just want to flight photo 13 of your album. And I just need to assist my assistant to get to the actual photo. Permission of the court. Your indulgence, please, my lady.
That is photo 13 of Exhibit F.
Correct, my lady. Thank you. You did mention in your evidence yesterday that these are the measurements that you took on the 6th of February 2023.
That is correct, my lady. I had placed them in there for references on the picture.
Ngiyasho ukuthi ngathi ke lokale ngakwenza lapha mhla 6 kuFebruary 2023.
I know the screen is giving you a bit of a problem, so I'll just give you a copy of your album.
I appreciate it, my lady. Thanks.
So we can make reference to photo 13 thereof.
Thank you, my lady.
Right. If you can just page to photo 13.
Yes, I have it, my lady.
Thank you. Looking at the measurement of the walkway,
Yes, my lady.
what is the measurement there?
I have 83 centimeters, my lady.
Masibonge le ndawo le kuhanja khona ke ngonyama ngiqala phoko ku 83 centimeters.
And what is the significance of that measurement?
The significance of that measurement is that is the walkway on the bridge.
Ukubaleka lokuthi ke le ndawo la le kanja khona la ngezinyawo ilapho ke asebridging.
That has been referenced to me about where people would have been walking had they crossed the bridge.
Ngitshela ukuthi ke abantu bezohamba uma bewele ke ibridge.
There was also indication in statements that should a train come past when the people were walking on the bridge, that they would hang back on the side and let the train go past.
Futhi ke ngabeka mangajongaza ukuthi ke uma ke kwenza qhamuka istimela abantu behamba lapha kule ngqengqema fanele bancike ke la kukhona kule ndawo le encike kuyona ebridging.
So the measurement is taken to show the width of that walkway on the bridge.
Uze ngikale lapho ke ngafuna ukubona ke ubanzi baleli bridge la khanjwa khona.
That's where the significance comes in, my lady.
naku la kubaleka khona kakhulu ke lokho.
If you can recall, sir, were the measurements of the walkway also taken by Detective Sergeant Lewis?
As far as I'm aware, I think he did.
Mangikhumbula ngase ke nake wakala uSergeant Lewis.
And his measurements,
His measurements are in feet and inches,
Owakukala ke ukale ke ngama feet nama inch.
and he refers them as on page 477. He says the steel plate is 2 foot 10.5 inches.
Esebhala esamene sakhe ke oseke mle insimbi i 2 feet 10.5 inches.
and if you convert that, does that come to 83 centimeters?
No, my lady, it
83
comes
meters,
to,
sorry.
it comes to, if I do a quick calculation now, approximately 87 centimeters, my lady.
Uma ke ngibala ke manje ukukhulu kushesha ngathi kunikeza u87 centimeters. Mangibala ke lama feet nama inch sekuqula kuba centimeter ku87 centimeters.
And that one is 80,
83, my lady.
83.
Kanti phaya siba ukuthi ke kona kubhawuski u83.
So give or take, the difference could be about 5 centimeters between the measurement that you took of this bridge and the one that Detective Sergeant Lewis took of the Mboti Bridge.
Closer to 4 centimeters, my lady.
Closer to 4 centimeters.
Not 5.
Your math is better than mine.
Umehluko ke nje okhona ke 4 centimeter.
Which is not much of a difference, would you agree?
There's not much of a difference, my lady.
Akuhluki futhi kakhulu. Kulokalwe mina nokukalwe uyena ke u Detective Warrant Officer Lewis.
There's no mention, sorry, my lady, there's no mentioned by Detective Sergeant Lewis as to the exact place where he took it.
Kanti futhi ke u Detective Sergeant Lewis akashilo ngqo ukuthi kahle kahle yena elukala wakwenzela kuphi nendawo.
See here, I've taken it directly from the end point of the upright across to the edge. And if it hangs over in between those, it would be slightly different, however, the length would remain the same.
Bodwa ba ngafanga kodwa ke mawubhahle ke mina ngiqala ke ukala kuswa nje ngase kuqaleni la khona ke le ndawo ende la bencika khona ngiyeke ngapha ngasensami sami ke sokudla mawuqhubekela ke lapho ke kungakhona mehlonje omncane oba khona.
So for reconstruction purposes, at least with respect to the walkway, the measurements are more or less the same.
They are consistent with each other, yes, my lady.
Ukuphinde kwethu ke si yenze lokhu kokushe kufane ke izikalo ke zakhona la kuhanjwa khona kule ndawo.
Let us proceed to paragraph 8.1a of your statement. Lines from line 9. If you're able to count 9 lines from the beginning of paragraph 8.1a.
I've got that line.
So on the 9th line, the first sentence reads as follows. Mr. Latachan goes on to describe the locomotive striking the African male on the right shoulder, spinning him around, and saw him fall between the right-hand side of the bridge and the moving train. You see that sentence?
That's correct, my lady, I see it.
Ngiyakubona ke lokho ku paragraph 8.1 lapha ke line number 9 masuka phezulu la ukuthi khona ke unozolethe again aqhubeke achaze ke amasonto ke estimela esikhathi eshaya lo mliso omdabula emzansi umshaya ixalabeni lakhe sansakhe sokudla wase yaspina ke lapho eseke ewa ke phakathi kwayo ke ngasansaka right lapha bridging istimela and phakathi kwaso bridge leli nestimela sasihamba.
What was the possibility of Mr. Latachan actually seeing this happen, in your expert opinion?
Ngokwakho ke njena ke ukubuka nokuhlaziya nje ngizoqhopha phela Ungenza ukuthi umnumzana uLatsakhan wakubona kwenzeka lokho.
My lady, I have looked at that 15 CA class locomotive.
Ngeke ngayibheka ke le engine ya 15 CA.
The end of the cab, where Mr. Luthuli says that he struck Mr. Luthuli.
Lapho ke la igcina khona ke egarage la uLatsakhan ethi ke ubaba uLuthuli ke washaya khona.
Is very close to where he would have been sitting.
Ukusondela kakhulu nala kwamenze ke abe la ehleli khona uLatsakhan ke loyo.
I don't know if we can find a picture whether that we can refer to, because if a person is sitting, you have the number 2850 here, and then you have a very short distance before the end of the cab. And he's sitting, would have been sitting there. If he leans out, probably would have been right here, where he strikes him.
Angazi noma ke singasithola nileso sithombe singakhuluma ngaso esosichazeni masibone ehlezi lana udriver nansi inombolo ke la ibhaliwe la eceleni uma ngase nje masekuba la kugcine masekhipha isandla kuba nje la eduzana akame sithombe singasithola yini.
I wouldn't say more than about 3 meters. If I remember, the chair is here, and then there's the dials, and then the window is about over here. The end of the cab is there.
Angeke ngisho ngokuhlamba amathe amathathu lo ngophela na isitulo la ngikhona fastele khona la ama dials akhe khona la naku la eceleni kwakhe.
I think that the best thing would be to refer you to the video.
You saw it yesterday.
We saw it yesterday. I think because I think he wants to try and explain, my lady. Maybe we can go to that specific part of where the driver would have been sitting. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
With Labuskachne's voice, that
Yeah,
image,
that's
that
the
video.
one. That's the one, my lady. The one that was taken on the 27th of May last year, 2024.
I think somewhere in that video I have it when the video came out of the cab.
Okay. Perhaps the volume can assist us as well, please.
Narrator of motor car. If you open it to this point here, it allows steam into the pistons and the train will move forward or backward depending on where you've set the reverser. In that position there, the regulators are closed. You won't allow any steam to come in. 1845's regulator was based here.
Could you show me again, sir? Yes, it was based.
Based here behind this gauges. This gauge of those locomotives were mounted here, facing the driver. The regulator was behind it, and it was a lever, and the driver sat here. Opened the regulator to allow steam into the pistons to get the locomotive to move forward or backwards, and pushing it down would be closing the regulator and not allowing any more steam to go into the pistons.
So would this design on the 2850 have been more bit of a better than the other one, or easier to work with?
Yes, it would have been easier to work with. It would have also increased the performance of the steam going into the pistons. Just on a quicker basis, the old beat regulator took a little bit longer for the steam to get into the pistons. I absolutely think it was just a modification on him to become standard with all the other locomotives at the time on the South African Railways.
Could you point out to me on what side would the driver have been sitting?
can't be sitting here where I'm sitting, which is the right-hand side of the locomotive.
And there's somebody talks about a footplate.
Yes.
What would the footplate of the locomotive be?
Here we'll be standing, this is called the footplate. This area where we're standing is called the footplate.
So this is the footplate at the bottom.
Correct.
And this seat here to the left-hand side, would that have been a side where, who would have been sitting in this?
That would be the fireman that sits there, and he's responsible for putting coal into the fire from the shovel plate here.
So this would be called the shovel plate, is it?
That's the shovel plate, yes, inside the tent.
And where the coal is the tender.
Correct.
Okay. Lady, I'm informed that they're trying to get the sound to be a bit more audible.
Usually, because I don't have a video copy, so which means I can only look at it in the court. Can't we use maybe any of the photos that appear?
The still photos.
Yes, on page 346 up to 349. That would be volume A.
May my lady just repeat the page numbers again? Sorry.
346,
346.
and then you page through. I think there is some of these still photos are show the fireman's side, show the driver's side. On page 348 especially. Just for reference when one is reading and there's no video.
We can do that, my lady.
If it's going to help,
It will help. It's only that those pictures were not taken by him, my lady. They were taken by
okay.
somebody else. But from looking at the video, we're literally just a few seconds away from him showing what it is that he wanted us to
is
see.
that the warrant officer pages, is that the window of the driver?
That is the window of the stoker's side, my lady.
The fireman's
side. Yes, ma'am.
The one to the left,
The one to the left.
and the one to the right?
And the one to the right is the driver, my lady.
Oh, okay.
Namafata sabona lapha ya khona ngapha ngakwa left la khona ke osuke efaka ke amalahle emlilweni. Base ke leli fastelele ngapha nga right ela driver wesitimela.
Oh, a little bit. Yes.
There we go.
Go back up just a touch. Yes. From there.
That is a view that's actually through the window when I was sitting in the cab, and the view is not much, and you can't actually see the front of the cab. You can play again. And here I take the camera and I'm leaning out of the locomotive there. Now pause there, please. Right down the bottom of the screen. Below almost where that red line is.
Which red line?
The red line on the time stamp of the video.
Oh,
Yes, that one there
Yes.
where the mouse is.
Yes.
Approximately there, like the front of the cab.
Yes.
So the line of the sight is actually downwards.
The line of?
The line of sight
Oh,
is
the
downwards.
line of sight.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Mala senkhombe khona ke la khona ke na olayini obovu la ukhonjwa khona kuloke kunyuka ke kwehle konyuka lapha. Ubakho ke bapho sukubuyela phansi.
So what I determined is to be sitting in that position, and to be outside, you would have to be looking almost down on top for a collision, to see a collision, especially at that distance, at that speed.
Kule kuspeed kwa noma sivune kokhanjwa ngaso mina ngangifuna ukubona ke mase ngihle khona nje behlalile wakhombisa ke watsheka okulunguza wakhe ke elunguza ngaphandle ezofuna ke ukubona noma umesuzulunguza ngaphandle kuze ke ukwazi ke ukubona kwenzala lapho kakhulukazi ngespeed noma isivene sokhanjwa ngaso.
I've had a look at the locomotives. It's possible that he may have been able to see that.
Ngithema ngiyibheka indaba yalezi ezinjengabona kwangenzeka ukuthi ekwazi akubone lokho
In a fleeting second.
ngikukhulu nje ukuphazima kweso.
However, when I look back, because he talks about seeing the victim spinning and falling between the track,
Kodwa ke ngithema sengibuka ngemuva ngoba ukhuluma ngokuthi umufi wa spina lapho wasewa ewela phakathi nendawo lapho ke kuona kujantshi.
the view towards the back of the locomotive is not very good, my lady.
Uma ubuka ngesemuva ke kubonakala kwakho lapho ngemuva akukho kuhle kahle. Kubonakala kahle ngamazwi.
Okay. So he could not have seen that spinning.
I don't think, my lady, at that speed, because he says as soon as he struck Mr. Luthuli, he applied brakes.
Angiboni ukuthi ke ngespeed ehamba ngaso ke wayezokwazi ukubona phela ngemuva ngoba yena uthi wathi mayimshaya uNomzane uLuthuli wase ke wahlaba ke ama brakes phansi.
So that means to apply the brakes and to still look at the same time.
That's
Two
rather
actions in the
improbable.
same time.
Are you saying it's rather improbable?
I think it's improbable, my lady.
Ngoba ngempela ke njobe sikhombisile ke ukushintsha ama brakes khona la maze for isikhathi ubheka nasemuva into engaseke ke izihlangane yenzeke leyo.
My lady, I see it's about 5 minutes to the lunch break.
Yes, we can take a...
Maybe continue after the lunch break. Thank you, my lady.
Warrant Officer Badges will take a lunch break. We'll resume at 2:15.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you.
Mase ke ilanje manje besibe 2:15.
Quarter James. Warrant Officer Pages, you're still under your former oath.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, sir, just to recap, before the lunch adjournment, you had mentioned that, in your opinion, it was improbable for Mr. Latachan to have seen the African male spinning around after he had been struck by the locomotive.
As in my opinion, that's correct, my lady.
Ngolami ke uvu ngeke ngasho ngasike cha. Angibona ukuthi Mr. Latachan jobe ethi yena kwambona umufi epina kuthi lokho ke kwangenzeka.
Okay, let us move to paragraph 8.1c of your statement.
Yes, my lady, I have it.
Just for clarity, you state here that neither Mr. Latachan, Mr. Kreling, nor Mr. Van Wyk were aware that the injured African male was Mr. Albert Luthuli until such time as they were informed thereof. Are you stating this as a fact?
I'm stating that as I took that from the statements, my lady.
Lokubhalela ikusho ngoba lunga ngacaphuna kwistatement la kuthiwa khona unozana uLathagen unozana uGeling unozana ke uVan Wyk
Thank you.
babazi kusike lo limele wehlisa umdabala eMzansi ungunozana ke uAlbert Luthuli.
And paragraph 8.2 with the subheading medical reports and all of the preceding paragraphs thereunder, was this also an interpretation of what was written on each witness's statement?
My lady, every single subparagraph A, B, C, and D of 8.2.1 is a summary of the statement of Dr. Gregerson, in my words, as I understood it to be, my lady.
Masipapa ke lokho ke okubhala sengikufika ke mina iloko ke ngayithatha statement sakhe Dr. Gregerson ngokuqonda kwami ngase ngibhala la phansi.
And would the same be said for paragraph 8.2.2, 8.2.3, 8.2.4, 8.2.5, and 8.2.6? Could the same be said?
No, only up to 8.2.3.
Okay.
Because those are summaries of the statements.
Ngigcina la ku 8.2.3 ngoba lokho ke kwasike ukufinqa kwestatement kwezize statement.
It was the summary of the statements with the most important points, my lady.
Ngangifinqa ke ubufakazi statement kwakunaphuzo ayebalekile.
8.2.4 is not a summary of any statements.
Kodwa ke u8.2.4 akukuthi ke khona okufinqiwe ke lapho ngestatement.
But it's inconsistencies noted from Mr. Latachan's eyewitness description and the medical affidavits.
Kanti ke futhi shasana ke statement ke la akubona ke ilo wasibonela kanti futhi no dokotela.
Thank you. My lady, I would like to refer the court to page 808 of volume E.
Page?
808 of volume E. Apologies, my lady, if I can just indicate to my assistant here. As you can see, sir, that is a newspaper article. Can you see that?
I see that, my lady.
Ngiyabona lokhu lana manje ke phambi kwethu kuthi ke kucashunwe uphise ephephandaba.
And the heading just underneath the photograph says only 24 inches from death. Do you see that?
I see only 24 inches. I think if they can move it up, I can see the rest of
Scroll
the
it
heading.
down a
please.
bit.
I see the heading in total now, only 24 inches from death.
Ngiyabona ke la kubha ukuthi ke amanje nje 24 kuze kufike kufeni.
And you can see that on the said picture, there is a gentleman standing against I would call it the wall of a bridge. And in between the wall of the bridge, there is also a locomotive. So it's a man standing between a locomotive and the wall of a bridge.
I see that, my lady.
Ngiyabona lo la esithombe ukuthi kunomlisa komela phaya oncodongweni le bridge masoba khona ke naso nestimela bese sibona.
What is your comment with regards to that caption, only 24 inches from death?
Okay, if you can just move it a little bit so I can see also the full headings again. And the other way around, yeah, that one. Okay. It's my opinion that this article is referring to the available amount of walkway once a locomotive is on the train. And 24 inches, in my conversion now as I do it, is just over 60 centimeters, 60.0 something odd centimeters in a conversion. Now the walkway that we had measured was 83 centimeters in my measurement. Sergeant Lewis was 87 centimeters. I was informed by the experts I consulted that the trains usually extend approximately 20 centimeters on the side of the walkway when it passes, which would leave behind only 60 odd centimeters for the person to be standing on that walkway.
I'm not
lady.
sure if Ms. van Beek is able to
Sorry.
get everything that you have stated. Perhaps you can start again. Sorry, you have to start afresh, sentence by sentence, so that she can be able to interpret.
Oh, thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Okay, the 24 inches,
Lana ke nje ukubonakala lapha yake umbhalo lapha ngezansi kwesithombe ubhalo ukuthi only 24 inches from death. Kodwa uthi ama inch lawo 24 ahlonise lo umuntu ke nokufa uma ke sibuya le bridge nestimela.
it's referring to the available space on the walkway when a locomotive is passing.
Kukhombisa ke manje ke ispace esiba khona noibanga eba khona la kusuke kuhamba khona istimela nala kusuke ngase bridge khona.
The experts that I consulted informed me that the train does overlap approximately 20 centimeters, overlaps that walkway as it passes, my lady.
Kanti ke ongqoqhopha bachopha bangitshela ukuthi ke ka istimela sayisibe ngale ngo 20 meter la kuhanjwa khona.
So that would leave behind 60 odd centimeters.
Lo ke kuzobe sekuyela ngaphandle ke ama centimeters awu 60 mhlambe nokuthe xaxa ngaphezulu.
And that would be the 83 centimeters minus the 20 odd centimeters.
Mase 83 simanazi masisuse lo 20 centimeter.
Which is then equal to available space for a person of 60 centimeters, approximately.
Sekwenza ke ama centimeter awu 60 okukwazi ukuthi ke umuntu akwazi ukuhamba ke lapho sehlambisela kuloko.
Thank you. On paragraph 12 of your statement, you had outlined the first two findings as per your analysis and reconstruction of the scene. Paragraph 1 and 2, you have already spoken to those findings.
Okay, yes, I have, my lady.
Okay? And it seems as if you had other findings as per paragraph 3 and 4. Could you elaborate on your findings?
Okay, the findings of the third ones. So given that the brakes would have had to have been applied near to the northern end of the bridge for the locomotive to have stopped where it is alleged to have stopped.
Lapha sifuna manje ke paragraph number 12 esefika ngake lapho ke mayisibheke indaba ke yama Blake kwakumele ukuthi ke ama Blake ke lapho ke apply mase kuzofika ngaseqini kwe bridge ngapha ngase esaneni noma ngase nyakatho ukuze phela ke I locomotive le noma isithima lesi namasonto khona ukwazi ukuthi ke kume la kuthiwa ke kume khona.
It is probable that the driver may have seen something laying on the bridge close to the southern side, causing him to apply brakes.
Ongenzeka ke futhi ukuthi ke umshayeli khona ke akubona kulele khona lapho ke ebridgeini duzane kakhulu nangoso hlangothi laseningizimu okwahola ekutheni ke yena aze apply ke ama brakes.
May I understand what you're saying here, sir, in point number 3? Is it my correct understanding that you are saying the brakes could not have been applied at the time the train driver, in his words, struck the individual or struck the African male?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ngisho njengoba nje osho ukuthi ke bangeke ke uthi nje beshila ukuthi ke ukubona kwakhe lo muntu esilisa umuntu omdala eMzansi wayima ke fake amabheke sebonile lo muntu nami ngisho njalo impela.
He would have hit the brakes, or let me try and understand. In your opinion, when would he have hit the brakes?
Ngokwakho ke ngolakho uvo wayengabhreka nini?
That was covered earlier in my testimony where I said, if I remember correctly, it's about 170, 180 meters prior to entrance of the northern end of the bridge, my lady.
Ngeke ngasho la ke mfazini bami mhlawumbe ama centimeter awu 170 180 engafiki ke ngapha ngase bridge esaneni sami ke noma ke ngakwinya side lenyakatho.
So prior to entering the bridge, it is most probable that he saw something along the railway line.
Ongenza ukuthi ke engangene le bridge khona ke akubona lapho ke kujantshwe isitimela.
That's correct,
Is
my
that my
lady.
understanding?
Yes.
Yebo kunjalo kunjengoba nje ukuqonda.
And the possibility may have been, if it's something, it could have been a human being, it could have been anything, but he probably saw something on the railway line before he entered the bridge.
Okhongo ukuthi ke ngangenza ukuthi ke kwakuumuntu ayembona lapho kwangoba kwangaba inoma yini kodwa ukubona lokho engakangeneleli khona ke bridge.
According to the calculation of the 767 meters of stopping distance,
Ngokwezibalo lezi ka 767 meters kungamiwa.
and that is in consultation with engineers that I consulted with,
Lokho kwezingikhulume nabo engineer bengade ngikhuluma nabo.
and taking into account, which we already have done, the length of the train,
Ngakho kumleka ukuthi ke nobude baso futhi ke isitimela bese sesikalile.
plus the length of the bridge,
Sorry.
plus the length of the bridge.
Kanti futhi ke nobude balo ke I-bridge.
It leaves us with 170 to 80 meters prior to entering the bridge. So yes,
70.
that was done according to what I got from the experts, my lady.
Ngaloko engikuthole ke ngazo ke injula chopho kula 170 ku 180 meters.
Am I understanding you that, in a nutshell, going back to point 1, it is highly unlikely that if the person that Latachan saw on the railway was was Chief Luthuli, it is highly unlikely that he struck Chief Luthuli by means of a locomotive or train in the way in which he describes it.
The accident scenario as described by Mr. Latakhan, sorry.
Can that be repeated and slowly, my lady?
Okay,
You want to translate?
apologies. In a nutshell,
Okay.
my understanding of your evidence
Okay, mase sifuna nje uma ngiqonda ubufakazi bakho buthi
the way in which Mr. Latakhan described the accident having occurred
ngendlela ke uNozana uLathakhan achaza ngayo ukuthi ingozi yenzeka ngayo
on 21 July 1967,
ngomhla 21 kuJulayi 1967
it is highly unlikely that it occurred in that manner,
angeke kwenza ukuthi ke le ngozi yenzeka ngaleyo ndlela
if indeed there was a train accident.
uma kuthi ngempela yayikhona ingozi esitimela. Thank you.
The possibility of an accident scenario occurring as described by Mr. Latakhan
Where are you reading from?
in my opinion, my lady, is highly unlikely.
Ngempela ngendlela ke achaza ngayo usikwenza ngayo ke uMnumzana uLathakhan ngokwami ngithi cha ayingeke akuzwakali.
In your evidence, you also mentioned that you have attended the scene of a train accident. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke first one ngiyathi ngake ngaya esigamekweni sengozi esitimela.
Just generally speaking, not with respect to this matter, generally speaking, and to your knowledge, what kind of injuries are sustained by victims of train accidents, victims who have been knocked down or struck by a train?
Ngokwakho ke angasakhuluma nje ke mali ecala mawuhambe nje engozini ezitimela. Kuya kube khona ke makubonakala amanxeba athini noma anjani.
Okay, my lady.
Siyakhuluma nje angoba sisike sibheke kakhulu licala.
My lady, I cannot comment on that because the train accidents I have or the train accident I did attend to did not involve a pedestrian.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ke kulo ngoba izingozi zesitimela sengazihamba zazingaphathike ke nabantu noma ke abagibeli betimela noma abantu abasobe behamba phansi cha.
And point number 4 of paragraph 12, you can proceed to read it into the record,
Okay, my lady.
which is part of your finding.
I said in number 4 on my findings, the nature and extent of the injuries sustained by Mr. Albert Luthuli are not well documented to come to any conclusion as to the cause of the injuries sustained by Mr. Albert Luthuli. Until such time as further information is forthcoming, the probable cause of the injuries sustained by Mr. Albert Luthuli, in my mind, remain inconclusive.
Number 4 la ke ku paragraph 12 uthi ke mangibheka ke amanxeba kulimala kaNozane ke uLuthuli awazange yazabhale phansi kahle ongaze ukuthi ke sengiyafinyelela ngamanxeba atholakala kuyena uMnumzana Albert Luthuli. Ngalelo ke fanele kube khona imininingwane futhi ke ezobe iqhamuka ukuze sifinyelele esiphethweni. Kanti futhi ke nokungenzeka ukuthi uMnumzana Luthuli ke kwaba amanxeba la wathola kanjani nakhona ke futhi lokho akuhlangani noma kutholakala kahle ncane.
Based on your analysis, sir, is there a possibility that Chief Luthuli would have been struck on the head with a stick or an iron rod or a heavy object from someone who may have been on the train whilst it was still in motion?
Ngokho ke mfazi oseboxini ngokulimala kwaMnumzane ke uLuthuli uChief Albert Luthuli ngengozi lekabe nayo ungasho ukuthi ke washaya umuntu emshaya ke mhlambe ke ngenduku eqinile lo muntu emshaya nje esesilimeleni.
Extremely highly unlikely, my lady.
Amathuba lapho ke impela mancane.
And why do you say that, sir?
The reason I say that is because the finding already points out that the driver would have had to have applied brakes prior to entering the bridge to stop where the train stopped.
Into ebanga ukuthi ke ngisho njalo ke first khona ukuthi ke phela udriver faka beke ngabheka washaya engakafika lapho la akuthoke bamakhona ukuze afike lapho ame.
So therefore, once again, if the train is in motion and something is struck, or someone is struck by something from the train would never have stopped where it had stopped, or documented to have stopped.
Okhomba ukuthi ke bakuthi ke isitimela sihamba sishaya into noma umuntu asingeke sime la kuthiwa samakhona.
And is there a possibility that someone could have tried to push Chief Luthuli onto a moving train, but perhaps failed when analyzing the scenario and analyzing your reconstruction?
Uma usuhlaziya ke okwakho ukuhlaziya nokuthola nokudweba ke bakwakho mase bokhona ukuthi khona wayezama kumphusha uChief Albert Luthuli esitimeleni kodwa ke wangakwazi noma kwafail ukuthi enze njalo kungayinto enjani leyo?
My lady, taking into account the width of the walkway on the western side of the bridge,
Uma ke sesibheka ke leli bridge sibheka ke ububanzi nobukhulu babo masibheka ngapha ke esadini lesentshonalanga.
and the multiple statements I have read that people would be holding on to the bridge as the train passes,
Kanti futhi ke nathi mina sengizifundile eziningi kuthiwa isitimela masidlula osuke lapho uyabamba ancike kakhulu kulolu bonda lalo ibridge.
if someone was on the bridge with Mr. Albert Luthuli and pushed him into the train,
Uma
there would have been 2 fatalities.
Uma kusuke kwakhona umuntu wesibili wayekhona lapho no Chief Albert Luthuli ngaso sikhathi ke kuphoshwana nje osho wakho okukhomba ukuthi ke phela babili abantu babezolimala lapho.
Okay. Because your conclusion is that the accident, and I put it in inverted commas, could not have occurred as described by Mr. Latachan to the court in 1967.
Uyabona ke ngokusho kho ukuthi ke cha lo kuchazwa okuchazwa uNozari uLatachan kwangeke kwenza nje bakachaze ke kwenza ngo 1967.
I'm putting it to you, sir. You don't have to comment. But one can argue that he misled the court.
Ngiyakubeka lokho noma ngaphawula futhi ayikho inkinga kodwa ke mase inkulumo mpikiswana kuzovela ke le ukuthi yena uMnumzana uLatachan wayefaka ehlathini inkantolo.
No comment, my lady.
Aya ke angizophawula ke lokho.
It is further going to be argued that you don't have to comment, but it's going to be argued that this was all part of a cover-up.
Noma ngaphawula futhi ngokushoyo ke kuzobe sekukumpikiswana ngikuveze lokuthi konke lokhu nje kwasekumbozwa nje kumbandakanya nje konke lokhu kufihlwa.
Because if there's a probability that he saw someone laying on the train tracks,
Ngoba uma usuke kenza ukuthi khona umuntu ambona elapho ke kona ke ujanto wesitimela
that person being Chief Luthuli,
lo muntu Chief Luthuli
there would have been no reason for him to mislead the court,
sasingeke isidingo sokuthi phela afake inkantolo ehlathini
to say that he struck the deceased with a train.
ukuthi athi ke washayisa ke umufi nesitimela.
But that's okay. We shall argue that at a later stage.
I think ke kuzophuma umuntu uzovela kwinkulumo mpikiswana.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Junior.
There's a good business, my lady. Say, for completing the process as it has been unfolding, can you take this court through your paragraph 13 of your statement?
Sesifinqa ke lapha ke ake siye manje ku paragraph 13 kunokonke sokukhulunyiwe. Ake sibuye lapha manje ku paragraph number 13 estatementeni sakho.
My lady, you refer me to paragraph 13?
Yes.
Okay, my lady. And there's two subparagraphs. Which one?
The entire paragraph 13.
The entire
Take the
paragraph, my
court
lady.
vote.
Okay. I'll read it as is. On 2024-04-25, I received from the National Prosecuting Authority a document entitled Chief Albert Luthuli Inquest Review Forensic Pathologist Report, written by Dr. S. Ntsele of Forensic Pathology Services, Department of Health, Province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Kufunda nje na ku paragraph number 13 2024-04-25 ngase ngithola ke okuphuma lapha kwa NPA ukuthi abashishise labo iphepha ke elibhala ukuthi Inkosi Albert Luthuli Inquest Review Forensic Pathology Report okhomba ukuthi ke umbiko lo ophuma khona lapha la sokhona lokusenza khona ke isidumbu ubhala yena ku dokotela u S Ntsele olapha ke la kuhlaze khona ke izidumbu nokufoka abantu osebenza phakathi ke kwa Department of Health khona la kule province yethu KwaZulu-Natal.
In Dr. S. Ntsele's report, is it mentioned that the bruising to the dorsal aspects of both hands
Lawo dokotela ke uNtsele ke uyakusho ukuthi ke ngokulimala ezaneni zakhe la zombili
and the fracture of the left elbow
kanti futhi ke nokulimala kufathazela kwindololwane yakhe isandla sakhe sokunxele
are indicative of defensive wounds that could be sustained during the course of an assault.
lo ukhomba ukuthi ke bekade evika caca ukuthi ke lapha ke kwakunokushawana lo lamanxeba akhuluma ngawo lokulimala akhuluma ngawo kuyacaca ukuthi ke kwakunokushawa lapha evika ke na ngazi izandla.
In section 12, paragraph 4 above, it was noted that until such time as further information is forthcoming, the probable cause of the injury sustained by Mr. Albert Luthuli remain inconclusive.
Kanti ngasenhla lapha ya ku paragraph number 4 kubhalwe lapha kuthiwa ke kuze kufike esikhathini sokuthi kufuna kutholakala futhi eminye imininingwane mayelana na konke lokho nokulimala kwanozane Albert Luthuli kuzoleko nje kume ekuthenini ke akuphelele futhi kuyakufinyeleka esiphethweni.
In light of the additional information received, paragraph 4 of section 12 may be amended as follows.
Kanti futhi ke mase kutholakala futhi obunye ubufazi eminye imininingwane njengokubhala lapha ku paragraph 4 section 12 lokho futhi ke kungenzeka ukuthi ke kuguqulwe ngalendlela nokushintshwe ngalendlela.
Due to the assessment of the documented wounds provided by Dr. S. Ntsele, and taking into account all previously discussed calculations, it is most probable that Mr. Albert Luthuli was the victim of an assault, and that Mr. Albert Luthuli was placed on the railway line prior to the arrival of the train.
Kanti futhi ke masibheka ke lokho ke akuhlaziya ke udokotela ngokubhala phansi ke namanxeba abhalwe nodokotela uS Ntsele sibheke futhi naloku bade kubalwa sekuhlaniswa konke lokho ongenza ukuthi ke uMr Albert Luthuli wayehlukumezekile futhi ke eshayiwe kongoba umnozane uLuthuli wasewabekwa ke lapho ke kujantshi kwesitimela singaqhamuki isitimela.
Considering the stopping distance calculations as well as determining the point of impact as previously discussed, it is probable that Mr. Latachan had noted a person lying close to the railway line and applied brakes prior to or at the entrance of the northern end of the bridge.
Kanti ke futhi mase sibheka ke ngo sekukala ke lapho ke ibanga sesimake ke isitimela naloko futhi ke okukhona nje khona ke kungakenzeke ke lokho kwakhulunywa ke futhi lokho kungenzeka ukuthi unozana uLatheken wakuqopha ke lokho noma ke waqaphela ko lokuthi ke umuntu olele khona lapho koduzane ke nawo ke uline lo wesitimela noma ke ujantshi kwase wableka ke khona lapho engafike ekuqaleni noma engeneleni kwayo ke i-bridge lapha ngase enyakatho egcineni wale bridge ngase enyakatho.
So, am I correct to say that when you wrote paragraph 12.4 or paragraph 12 subsection 4, you were not in possession of the report, that is the review report that was compiled by Dr. Nzele?
You are correct in saying so, Manali.
Uqinisile ke motor phaya ku paragraph number 12.4. Lekhathi ke sengibhala konke le ibhali la ngoba ngangayithola futhi umbiko wobhale phansi uDokotela Esinzele.
And that led you to your finding that there is inconclusiveness as to the probable cause of the injuries sustained by Chief Luthuli.
Lokho koletheni ke uzuzusho la ukuthi cha kona ke akufinyeleni esiphethweni abaphelele kahle ngize ngifinyelele kuloko limaza uyena ke unozana uChief Albert Luthuli.
That is correct, my lady. And let me mention something is the injuries that were described by the 3 doctors on the day in question.
Yebo nje kodwa ke ake ngichaze lokho ke manje ke amanxeba kulimala achazwa lo dokotela ke abathathu
were not, to my mind at that time, they were not documented enough for me in my limited medical knowledge to come to such a finding of anything of that nature.
Ngokwami ke akwanelanga ngendlela ukufanele kwanele ngako ngolwazi amancane ke ngapha ke ngaka medicine uthi ke kuze kufinyele ekutheni kuba khona isiphetho engifanele kusona.
Therefore, once I had received the document from Dr. Nsele, who is a forensic pathologist,
ngithatha mase ngithola ke amaphepha avela kuDokotela uSinzele,
and he mentions in his by his knowledge that the fracture of the elbows and the dorsal aspects are defensive wounds.
futhi naye ke uyabeka ke ngolakhe ulazo lokulimala kwezandla zombili kanye futhi ke nokulimala ke endololwaneni ngokwakhe ubonga ukuthi ke wayevika ishawa.
In my opinion, it is then enough for me to have changed that writing from paragraph 12.4 to 13.
Ngokwami ke kwanele lo sengashintsha ke umbhalo kusola lapha ku 12.4 kuze kufike ku paragraph 13.
Then say, would I be then correct to say, having received the report compiled by the forensic pathologist Dr. Nzele and reviewed all of your case documentation, you were able then to find that Chief Albert Luthuli was not struck by a train.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ngithola konke ke lokhu nombhalo wakhe uDokotela ke uNtsele na konke beyade sengitholile ngavuma ukuthi ke u Chief Albert Luthuli Mvumbe Luthuli ebashawa ke istimela.
And further that, in your analysis, as you have detailed through your evidence, there was never a factual basis for a train accident.
Futhi ke waphetha ukuthi ke kwangekho sekelo sengozi yestimela.
That's correct, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo.
My lady, may the court bear with me.
Thank you.
My lady, I'm not going to labor on other issues which might be in the periphery of this case, as the witness has clearly given his evidence and in his own word dispelled the notion that Chief Albert Luthuli was either involved in an accident and or struck by a train. I will not labor on,
Yes, thank you.
on other issues. That would be
Mr.
question.
Mango.
My lady, the issues I had have been covered right now.
I'll cover it. Mr. Ngobo.
Thank you, my lady. Just a few things. In your statement at the beginning, you mentioned regarding your qualifications that you also hold a degree, a BA degree from UNISA, where you majored in anthropology and ancient history. What did that involve, that degree?
Yokhumla usilake kwisithombe sakho lapho paragraph number 3 uyabala ke futhi ke neziduziko zakho kozithola ke khona lapha ke ko UNISA kune anthropological society yini leyo khuma ngani lo.
We were talking about that one. Yeah. Okay, my lady, I get it that you would like me to discuss what the degree is, what it entails, the anthropology and ancient history.
What is it? What in general were you did you learn about there?
In the Bachelor of Arts section, anthropology is to do with the cultures, societies, what culture is, what it does, economics, aspects within culture, the crime, punishment, economics, religion, how cultures are formed, how they move, cultural diversity amongst people.
Yes.
And ancient history was the history pertaining mainly to Rome and Greece and the north of Africa and Egypt, political histories, as well as the wars and the intrigues in that Malay.
Lokufunda ke ngagogoda ke futhi ke ngako ukhuluma ke nje ngezinto eziningi ukuhlala kwethu abantu ukuthi ke bahlalisana kanjani emagatsha zabantu ahlukene kanti futhi ke nokufunda ke ngako ke ko Rome nako Greece ukuthi kona lapho kuhlala kanjani kwenzakalani konke ke nje lokho nokulandela futhi ke kwemlando yakudala kanti futhi ke namasiko khona lapho futhi ke kuyahlangana kulokufunda engakufundayo.
Okay. And the other one where you refer to forensic jurisprudence,
Is that?
what was that about?
The forensic jurisprudence, it's on that one there.
Same paragraph.
Yeah. The forensic jurisprudence was actually through UNISA in May of 2004. The easy word for it was forensic medicine, but more in the line of the law. And it had to do also with injuries, intoxications, poisonings, lightning strikes, deaths due to unnatural causes. So it wasn't anything to do with treating medical conditions,
No, not true.
but noting what would have been unnatural causes.
Not true.
Ma khona futhi apha ku paragraph number 3 la kubhekho ngokuthi forensic jurisprudence lokho lokufuna khona ke eUNISA ngomnyaka ka 2004 kahle hle khona ke kunano ukufunda ke ngo kwa medicine kodwa kusho phela ukuthi sekuthiwa fanele ngihlaziye lokudoda la cha ukubona nje ukuthi ke nokulimala komuntu kusolima kanjani uma endle upoison ukuthi lo muntu ke ubanjani noma ke eshawe ke umbani.
Yes. No, nothing further. I just wanted to
Thank
know.
you. Warrant Officer, I just want to refer you to paragraph 6 of Exhibit F1, your statement. And notably, point number 14, strong statement of Z. Gumede, a housewife. I take it that this is ZP Gumede.
My lady, you're referring to
Paragraph 6 of your
paragraph
statement.
6, number 14.
Number 14.
I allude to the sworn statement of Z. Kumede, housewife.
And then you cross-reference it to the statement of ZP Gumede that appears on page 502 of volume B. If you don't have it, I'll read it, the relevant paragraph. Do you have it?
That page
Page 502.
502. Let me have a look. Yes, I have page
On the
502.
third paragraph. You see that paragraph line.
Yeah, I have it in front of me, ma'am.
Yes. Look at paragraph, line 11. It starts with, shortly afterwards, I saw two persons, both Europeans. I think those are white people. They were called Europeans at the time. Come with a guard from the direction of Glendale Station towards the place where I had seen the guard bent down on the bridge where they all stopped. I noticed one Bantu come from the Durban side of the bridge and go to the same place where these Europeans were, then gathered on the bridge. And I then saw him walk back in the same direction as I had seen him approach the bridge. He stayed at this place only a very short while. I did not know this person, and he was too far away from me to recognize him. Now, according to ZP Gumede, there seems to have been this other black person, although at the time it was called a Bantu person, who seemed to have mysteriously appeared also. From the reading of this, that would not have been Chief Luthuli, because Chief Luthuli was already lying there and with the white persons looking at him. Did you find out who's this mysterious black or Bantu person? Or maybe you can unbundle it for us. What exactly ZP Gumede meant to say that he saw somebody whom in your evidence doesn't seem to feature a lot.
Yabona macashona ke la ke ku uzet Gumede. Ngathi bacashona na estatementeni kusuka la kufundeka nje. Sikhashana evaka logo engine installed. Okay, I saw too. Ngase ngibona ke abantu ke ababili bobabili babe abelungu came with the beza ke no gada from this directions of the Glenhoe. Beqhamuka lapha ngase eGlendale station. Beza ke ntuzane nala la kade bona khona ke ogada eguqe noma ke egobela lapho ke ebridging la bafike bamakhona bonke. I noticed one. Ngase ke ngaqaphela ukuthi oyedwa boke umuntu ke omnyama come from Durban side. Eqhamuka ngase sadikela seThekwini ebridging lapho and to the same place where they khona futhi la khona ke labelungu ababe khona ke lapho then gathered lapho ke baqoqana ke lapho ke ebridging and then so he moved back. Ngase ngemba futhi esehamba esebola ke emuva ehamba futhi ngayendla ke aqhamuke ngayo as I had seen him. Isikhathi ngemba ke eqhamuka khona lapho ke ebridging he stayed at the place only a very short while. Wahlala noma wamake lapho kuleyo ndawo isikhashana lesifishane I did not know this person and he was too far. Ngangamazi lo muntu futhi ke wayekude kakhulu ukuthi ke ngimbone bemqapha ukuthi ubani. All these people appear to be looking at something on the bridge at the place. Bonke labantu ngokubabuka kwami kwangathi khonto abayibukayo ke lapho ke ebridgeini kuleyo ndawo. Kodwa ke akusinabeleke ukuthi ke ithini into yalo ozethu ngoba ngathi uyakhuluma la futhi ke akaqhamuki njalo kona konke ke lokho sisishilo osokukhulunyiwe. Mhlawumbe wena khona ke la ungasikhanyisela khona ke ngaloko.
Okay, my lady, I can answer the question in the following way.
Ngizophendula umbuzo kodwa ke ngalendlela.
Very little reference is made to that in any of my statements, my lady.
Kuncane nje kusho ngokukhuluma ke statement samalana ke nalo secasho sokufundwe njengamanje.
The reason for that is I am not an investigating officer.
Izathu lokuthi ke angena umphenyi.
My role in the matter was to determine whether a train accident was probable or not, my lady.
Eyami indima ngangidlala miqhaza ngilibamba ukuthi ke ngithola ukuthi ke angabe ingozi yemoto yestimela yenzeka noma cha.
So therefore there was no follow up on anything of the investigative nature, my lady.
Okukhonga ukuthi imali ke nokuphenya akukho okwalandelene noma ngakulandelela ke.
If we consider Dr. Ansele's conclusion that they are defensive wounds, based on what he found on the dorsal part of the hands as well as on the elbow. And your remark in paragraph 13 of additional information that he could have sustained this in the course of an assault. I don't want you to speculate, but can you have any comment as to the assault that in all probability took place before the coming of the train?
Mayala kuke okusho ke udodela ke uEsenzele uma ethi amanxeba ayilapho ke ezandleni zakhe zombili nasemgxalabeni lakhe sanzakhe ke sonxele lawo manxeba lawo akhonga ukuthi lo muntu kwakule ezivikela. Wena ke angabe ke ungaphawula ukuthini ngaloku njengoba ke khona la ke ufinqe khona angisho ukuthi ke mhlambisela ngicabanga cha wena mawakho nje ukuphawula ungaphawula uthini kuloko uma kukhulwa uma ethotela kusho lo washayeka esingafili sistemela ungaphawula uthini wena kuloko.
My lady, I can't speculate on that. However,
yes, that is why I said you don't speculate. I mean, the assault, the word assault, we all know
yes,
that the train can't assault anybody. It could, an assault could come from a person assaulting another.
Yes, my lady.
Yebo ke nginkathola ngengikwazi usike engihlamsele kona makunja isikandalo ngakhona nami ngithe cha ngalokho ke usho ngaphana ngapha kohlamsela plus yazi ukuthi ke isitimela ngeke sikushaye ukushaya ukushaya khona ngalo assault lo kungenziwa umuntu noma abanye abantu hayi kodwa isitimela.
The only thing that I can say, my lady, is that it's in my opinion that the driver of the train applied brakes because of a reason to apply a brakes.
Into engayisho ke ngolami uvo ukuthi ke umshayeli wesitimela wabreka ngoba kwakhona izathu sokuthi ke abreke.
And it was not at the point where he describes that he hit Mr. Luthuli that he applied brakes.
Akona futhi la echaza khona esike washo khona Luthuli la ethi khona ila afa khona ama brake noma la abreka khona.
Thank you. In your calculations of the speed of the train prior to even applying the brakes, Mr. Latukhan says he was delayed for 4 hours. He was supposed to arrive in Durban at a particular time, but there was a 4-hour delay. Is it 4 hours or 40 minutes?
Masesifake ke la kade kubalwa khona ke kukhona isikhathi la esuke ulathikeni waba late wathi ukubambeka ufika wakhe ke
I think he
eThekwini
said 40 minutes.
angathi
In your calculation of the speed of the train, did you measure at what time, how long he stopped there that would have caused him to be 40 minutes delay? Or can we safely say the train stopped at the bridge for 40 minutes?
ngoba ke osuke okusala ke ngemuva kwasala ngemuva ke ama minutes ke awu40 ngabe mhlambe singakwazi ukuthi ke noma ungakwazi ukuthi ke noma wakala yini wasuke obala ke esikha kusike angabe ke kwakube isikhathini esifika lapho ngoba nangu uthi wabambeka lapho ebridge ngoma minutes awu40 wasala ngemuva.
No, my lady.
Angeke ngikwazi.
The reason why I'm asking this is because I saw some contradiction in his statement that when he departed with his train, he saw an ambulance arrive at the scene to remove the injured man to hospital. But at the same time, he said he was departing with his train. That is on page 505, paragraph 1, 2, 3, the third paragraph. When I was departing with my train, I saw an ambulance arrive at the scene to remove the injured man to hospital. When the station master arrived at the scene, he immediately identified the injured Bantu as being Bantu Chief Albert Luthuli from Grantville. I did not know this man. Now, what do you make of this? The train departs. We don't know exactly when it departs, but we can calculate for looking at his 40 minutes delay. So, but then at the same time, he sees the ambulance. And we know that the ambulance came from which direction.
Ungaphawula uthini lo manje into ebanga ukuthi ngenze ngibuze kanje ngoba ngibona lo shayisana kuFerdinand sakhe la khona ngithe sengihamba ngestimela sami ngase ngibona iambulance le izolanda ke umlisa ke wayilimele ke khona lapho nje mase uma stage wafela lapho ke wasike lo muntu ke uLuthuli ngangamazi ke mina ke lo muntu singaphetha ngokuthini ke lokho uma sibheka nokuthi phela yena othi ke wathi ukudelay noma uthi ukubambeka ama minutes ke awu40 waphuza ufika la eyakhona ke manje usesho kanje usebona iambulance esehamba ngayo lokho istimela sakhe ungaphetha ngokuthini nakulokho.
My lady, the movements of the ambulances and the times and delays, they did not factor into any of my calculations because they were not related to whether the accident occurred or not, my lady.
Yabona ke ukufika nokuhamba ke kwe ambulance kwangange kakhulu ke kulophela ngophela kwangangendawo nokulimala kwaso kokulinyazwa komuntu ngaso estimela cha kwangahlangani lokho kunami.
What I'm trying to find out is whether you confirm that there are some inconsistencies in Latekran's evidence contained in his statement and what actually happened as according to your conclusions.
Engizama ukuthola ukuthi ngabe khona ukuthi kukhona lokushayisana khona ke kulento ke kaLetigen konanzana uLetigen uzofinyelele kulezi sifinyelelo usuphetha.
My lady, the inconsistencies that I picked up was relating to my part in the case.
Yabona ukushayisana mina bede ngebheni nako ukuqondene nami nengxenye yami yecala.
So the inconsistencies I picked up is that he would not have been able to have struck Mr. Luthuli on the right as he refers.
mina ngicoshe ukuthi wengekwazi ukuthi ke unozane oluthuli amshazi salenzi sokudla njengoba esho.
He doesn't mention the hat that everybody else mentions that Mr. Luthuli was wearing.
Futhi nakakhuluma isiqhoko esikhulunywe ngaso ngawonke umuntu lesi kuthiwa uChief Albert Luthuli wesiqhokile yena kasiphathi indaba esiqhoko ayiphatha besiqhoko.
And so the inconsistencies in that with the medical report
Lokho ke kushasana ke nembiko yodokotela.
is what I took into account, my lady.
Nako ke ngakubheka ke kosenkantolo.
Thank you. Anything further? Mr. Msman, Ms. Chena, Ms. Noble?
My lady, maybe there is one question, but it doesn't arise from your ladyship's questions.
Yes, you may proceed and ask it.
Thank you. There was one issue you mentioned when we were talking, when you arrived here in Pietermaritzurg, about the shoes, the issue of the shoes. Would you, I see you smiling, can you repeat that? No one has testified about what happened to Chief Albert Luthuli's shoes, whether he was still wearing his shoes or he was not. But there was a point you made about that. Can you repeat that?
Akuphinde ke manje lokho oke wakhuluma ke uthifela Phongondlovu ukhuluma ngecathulo kodwa ke akekho ke ofakazele la wazofaza ngecathulo za Chief Albert Luthuli ukuthi abeke icathulo wasezigqokile uke wathi kumamatheka futhi waqapha futhi lokho ke ongumshushisi akuphinde futhi ukusitshele ngalezi icathulo ukuthi ithini into ecathulo.
Yes, my lady, it was more sort of an informal discussion, but a point of interest that had been picked up before. When there are victims in a violent accident such as vehicle accidents, I tend to notice that they leave their shoes behind.
Kona ke ngokuxoxa nje ongathe kodwa ke engangiyaqapha ukuthi ke uma kunezingozi ezimbi kakhulu kuvanga ukuthi ke icathulo imicathulo zomuntu zikhumuke sale ngemuva.
The actual mechanics of that is still in dispute.
Kodwa ke into efaneleke inawo ukuphikiseka.
Because whether it's a contraction of muscles or a kicking action or something with regard to the impact, the shoes get lost.
Futhi ke lokho kulekutheni ke le ngozi suke imnganganani nothi lo muntu suke eshaya nganani mhlambe ke umuntu suke edlikiza omunye sikhumo sicathulo omunye mhlamba amamasela akhe asuke ke esegoqana akayengazi.
But in this particular case, as you put it, the issue was not actually addressed as to what really happened.
There was, in this incident, there was no documentation whether he arrived with his shoes on or
His shoes or not.
Kodwa ke mala ke nalo sibheke nako ke manje akukho okubhale phansi kwakushiya ukuthi ngabe ke uChief Albert Luthuli wasasiqoqothelo zakhe yini noma cha.
And because there is still more evidence to come in this matter, should there be evidence to suggest that he was wearing his shoes at the hospital? What would it indicate?
Busekhona ubufakazi futhi ke obusazothulwa la enkantolo. Athi ke khona ofakazayo ozothi ke icathulo zakhe wayesigqokile esibhedlela. Lokho ke kungakhomba ukuthini?
My question is framed like, should there be evidence to say that?
Thank you.
What would the impact be?
Uma ngase kukhona ubufakazi obukhomba kanjalo kungamthelela muni lokho?
My lady, that I can't comment on because then it would be speculative.
Angeke ngikwazi usengiphawule ngaloko ngoba sekuzoba nje ukucabangela.
No, don't trouble. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Pages. I also happen to know this myth that a person knocked down by a motor vehicle leaves at least one shoe
Yes, ma'am.
behind. So it's not unusual.
Hayi inkantolo ke kona ke akuseke into ejwayelekile. Kuyangenzeka ukuthi ke kobe kuyicathulo esodwa ayizombini. Kuthi mayisengozini sisathi icathulo esodwa.
Thank you. You are excused, and thank you very much for your informative evidence.
Thank you, my lady.
Kade ngalo fakazi.
Can we adjourn till tomorrow?
Yes, my lady, we have no more witnesses lined up for today. We may adjourn for tomorrow, my lady. Oh, but before we adjourn, otherwise I might forget. I know I have a tendency of forgetting. The train calculations which the witness had spoke to before the lunch break, my lady, we were able to make the print out, the copies. If it may be marked as Exhibit T5, my lady, just before we adjourn. Thank you, sir.
The train information and calculations is testified to by Warrant Officer Pages, is accepted into the record and is marked Exhibit T5.
And the court, this is my lady.
That concludes our proceedings for today. These proceedings are adjourned to the 7th of May, 2025. As usual, we commence at 10 a.m. or so soon thereafter as everybody is ready.
Seven Gumay, you're going to pay so.
Court agents.
Okay. Are we going to move Mr. Lizzie? Yeah.